No! Oh well, too late.
Who wants to start out listening to that?
We'll have to edit that out somehow later. Aloha and good evening.
Welcome to the Quark Screaming Chat.
I didn't want to go live until somebody on Gun Channels bitched.
We don't bitch on gun channels. We state our opinions, right? And maybe the facts.
In a very bitchy manner.
I feel like we should call a bunch of scholars who are in the field and then have a bunch of students tally up the results and then get some impressions from that of how the world is.
How the reality of the situation is.
That maybe the NRA won't like that result either.
Yeah, I saw that and I didn't even know what to think. I'm just like, dude, how could this is not science? You're calling up and asking opinions. How
I
does
wonder
that
if somebody that reads that is going to go, I wonder if they're grasping at straws or this is real good. This is good. Like this is what we've been waiting for. This really tells us the real story.
like this is legit or something?
Yeah,
Which
like somebody's going to think like, oh, this is how we should do global warming too. Like if a bunch of people feel like global warming is happening, then the numbers are in our favor. Global warming is happening.
yeah.
What is this, an article I didn't catch?
Yep.
I just put it in a little bit earlier. It was an op-ed piece. Let's not even pretend like he was an actual journalist or anything like that, right? It was an op-ed piece in the L.A. Times or something like that. And was it last week that the Pew Research Center did their actual poll, and it had said that the majority, as opposed to the minority, was it that approved of gun ownership or something like that? And Pew, they do relatively. I mean, granted, it's still a poll.
Well, Pew does a very wide-based research. They do a large number of people they poll. It's not just, oh, we're going to call 100 people in Texas that don't live in Austin.
Or
they
we're
actually
gonna
all over
do
the country. Multiple. It doesn't matter, red state, blue state, purple state. So they do. They do a very nice poll.
Well, I was
and they phrase their
reading.
questions correctly too.
I read an article, I don't know, about an hour ago, and it was saying that half of the parents from Sandy Hook, the victims from Sandy Hook, they came out and said, we're not affiliated with any of these gun control groups, and we don't want you to think that we are.
Nice.
After some...
on their own volition or in response to something?
It was because of a press conference that country singer guy did. And
what's his name?
Oh, really? That guy's getting tread with that being against guns or whatever as a country singer?
Yep.
Who the hell? From people who listen to country music?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I think he's going to sell a lot less albums.
Yeah, you would think those people are kind of pro-gun, no?
Oh yeah, he did. I mean, he's pissed off most of his fan base, is what I heard. I don't listen to him, so.
Yeah, right. He's not in my heavy rotation. I know I don't own any of his albums, and I've never been to one of his concerts, and I guess it'll stay that way.
I don't think I've ever heard one of his songs.
Nuts over that guy and buy all of his albums, but now I'm not going.
I mean, I would want to bang his wife, but I don't think that that's the same thing. And plus, anyway, no need to discuss rumors.
You heard that she's hung up on Edge? That happens a lot with those fancy Hollywood types.
Oh, I thought I had her convinced to leave her husband for me, but I guess if she's into Edge, I'll just have to step out of the way.
Well, she could be into pegging.
I don't know what that is, and I don't want to ask what that is. For example, I never knew what a furry was before one of these chats, and I'm not asking any more fucking questions.
Yeah, let's just move along, because we were talking about this crazy... Did we describe the story then?
Um,
The article or whatever that was called is about. So this guy, I don't know, just some science guy, or what do you call him, like a teacher or something, right? Professor or whatever the hell. Like he just decides, like, let's make up facts or something. So he just decides that the NRA is wrong. So let's prove that. So he has his students, his graduate students, go out and call all these people who are somehow in the field of gun research, but then he gave all these reasons, all these people he's excluding, but somehow he came up with these 300 experts in the field. His graduate students contacted them each month with a survey that said something, for example, like, do you think that having a gun in the house is more dangerous? And then they would respond, and then he would go, and they're right. And then he would go on to the next thing and be like, and then we asked him, do you think, like, guns in the house make suicide worse? And they're like, they thought it did, and they're right. And it's like, I don't know, about 16 paragraphs like that, maybe not that many, 8, 10 paragraphs, I'm not sure. So it just goes on all these examples, and then at the end it's like, the NRA is not going to like this, because this is research or something.
Yeah, and he never really says his full. He never says his full question. So it's a question about, does having a gun in your house increase your chance? Make your house more likely to be shot by a gun? Well, of course, people would answer yes. You're more likely to be shot if you have a gun in your house because you could accidentally shoot yourself.
Well, I mean, it just stands to reason. It's like saying, are you more likely to get hit by a blue car if you own a blue car? Like, probably.
Yep, exactly. I mean, there are ways to word the question so you get the answer you want.
That's true, and he didn't really explain any of them. He just alluded to the fact that it was scientific. So it was just sort of... But like I say, I mean, on its own, unless somebody's super gullible or just dumb or, like, doesn't question things hard when they read it, I would think anybody reading that with, like, any kind of skepticism would go, this is all they could come up with? Like, a bunch of students calling, quote-unquote experts in the field and asking about their feelings, and then writing it down, and then agreeing with them? Like, there was nothing scientific, except for the fact that they correctly wrote down the answers. That part was scientific, I guess, but there were no studies or statistics cited or anything.
Nope.
I bet we'll find out the moon is made of cheese if we go around to all the kindergarten classes and ask them.
Seriously.
Yeah. And going back to the Pew
Pew
research,
come from white or brown cows? Yes. Let's find out.
And going back to the Pew research, last year, the end of last year, 2014, they did a survey as well, and it's all trending in our favor. It was basically about, do people think guns are, people that have guns in the house, are safer than those that don't have guns in their house? It was something along those lines, and then it was like 60-some% said yes. Up over 10%, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they did another one a few months back saying if more, I think it was less people were for gun control than...
Yep, less people were more for gun control, yep.
Yeah. So that's the second Pew poll that was in our favor, I think?
I believe so.
This newest one?
Yes. And it just came out like, what, a week or two ago, maybe?
I feel like those are biased because they have Pew in the title, so they want guns to be prevalent in society.
But it's not the Pew 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 poll, though.
Right, but if you cited like 3 of them concurrently, then you get that effect. I think
well,
that's
is the poll, what's that Yankee always asks about polls?
Well, Yankee
that's a loaded question,
David. His side or not, and then it's legitimate or not.
Yeah.
Oh, is it, I know what you're saying. Peer-reviewed?
Yeah, peer-reviewed. He was saying that for a while, like he just discovered peer-reviewed.
Well, and I believe Pew is. I mean, that's one of the most reliable. I guess I want. I don't really want to use that word because it's a poll and it's people's opinions or feelings. It doesn't necessarily represent any type of facts. I mean, I guess other than the fact of how you feel or what the fact of your opinion is, not necessarily that your opinion is factual.
Well, the thing about the Pew polls is that they don't ask the question in a way where they're trying to get their own answer. They ask it like straightforward question. They don't like engineer the question in a way that they'll get the answer they want to.
Which is
Are you
relatively unbiased.
killing children? Oh, so you are for gun control.
Yeah, like those type. What else is happening?
It's just horrible without Edge here on Friday. It's bleak.
What? 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 Do we want obscure 80s movie references or something? We can totally change the topic if it would make you feel more comfortable.
I'm sure there's a website out there called Obscure 80s References where we can pull from.
As a matter of fact, let's see, the Escape from New York Blu-ray extended ultimate version or whatever is supposed to be coming out. Oh, excuse me, the collector's edition. My bad.
Is that on Netflix?
Don't know. I think it's on Prime, but I do not know about Netflix.
I don't think it's on Netflix, and I canceled my membership there today, so a lot of stuff to watch.
You've watched it all.
Yeah, I feel like
Pretty much.
I've watched all I wanted to watch on it.
Yeah.
That's gotta
Well,
be pretty
actually,
tough.
mine ends on like Saturday or Monday or whatever it is, and then I've got like 3 episodes of Next Generation yet to watch, and then I'm done.
Can't get rid of it though because my wife's watching Orange Is the New Black.
You're not
You
watching
wouldn't
that
want her
one?
to.
I
Bunch
did
of
watch.
lesbians in it.
Yep, I watched a few of them. It's like that prison show Oz on HBO, except all females and a little bit lighter hearted, I guess you could say.
He's not going to take that away from her. He doesn't want to get shivved in his sleep.
I should take it away from her before I get shivved in my sleep. She's gonna learn all these
All the ins and outs.
prison techniques, killing me with
Oh,
toothbrushes and shit.
I was just going to say, see this toothbrush right here? I could get. All right. Is there anything out in the chat?
Yeah, this little Black Powder Cannon website is awesome.
Nice. Is that the Found a Cool Mini Cannon site? The black powder cannons?
Just a guy looks like he welds them up, but they look cool and the price is right.
Have you seen the pocket cannons? I think they're a little expensive. But
Pocket cannons.
yeah.
These are kind of, you can tell they're homemade or whatever, but wow. Oh, I'm contacting this guy. This stuff is cool.
Do you remember the ones that they, like, when growing up, like, I think I had one, and it was, like, iron and brass or whatever, and, like, the cannon itself was brass, and you could, I don't know that you could ever, it looks very similar to some of the ones on this website, except this dude actually clearly makes them, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's only $24.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I love that mortar.
I tell you what, they are super fun to play with. They're fun. Very, very fun. And what's crazy is you can play with these and you can't play with fireworks. I guess these are a little safer. But just as fun.
And I mean, if they got a quarter on there for size, that's pretty crazy how small they really are. I guess the one I was talking about is more, I mean, it's definitely not the one towards the bottom or whatever, but it's more of that style. And it definitely, the one I had was not that price. It was not made out of the same stuff. Very cool, though.
Hey, these look a lot cooler. The ones I saw advertised on Facebook they were called Pocket Cannon or something. I think they were like $124.
Were they really tiny?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are they red and blue and stuff?
Yep.
Yeah. I contacted that company and I was like, hey, let's do something. Give me one of them cannons. I'll make a video of it. They're like, what? No way. Go pound sand.
They
I'm like,
made
all right, I will. These guys are a billion times cooler, and they're metal and not aluminum or whatever those other ones are, and they're freaking, the price is freaking right, man. They're awesome. Those ones are $24. You get like $24 worth of fun out of the first time you play with it.
I might have to get one.
Oh, I'm definitely getting one. Except the only problem is you gotta like email them to order it. It sounds like, or call them during those weird ass times, like the olden days. Let me write you a letter.
Now, does that one have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 cannons in one?
Yeah, I just watched the video on it. It's the shit.
So, Geos, is that the one you're going to get then?
What?
That little,
Oh, I can't get shit. I got like $50 right now, but I'm not fucking.
Hey, you got more money than I do.
Dude,
So,
we
like,
got a whole bunch that are in the $20 range. I'm gonna definitely get one of them. They look cool as shit.
I want one of those BB, the little mini BB ones.
Where's that at?
Let's see if I can find it. It's right underneath the siege mortar. Mortar.
Oh,
I don't know. I like that siege mortar. It looks almost like that quarter could go into the mortar.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, micro BB field cannon.
Yep.
Oh, I see. You put a BB in that?
Yep.
Really freaking cool.
Or it says 177, so that would also be the pellets, I would think, right?
Well, yeah, but BBs are so cheap. I mean, I usually scoop, if I'm going to shoot shot, I'll just shoot, or I'll put a couple of BBs in mine, but still, it'd be neat to have a smaller one. That does look pretty small.
That is just awesome looking. And it fires BBs.
That is pretty cool. Never know what you'll find on the old internet.
Which one's that? That's still on this site?
On the, what is it called? The Miniature Cannon website?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the name of it? Oh, I got it. Micro BB field cannon.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, that one's pretty cool. I'll have to work my way up to the $80 7-barrel one.
Is that the medieval volley cannon or something?
Yeah.
Now, would you hold one of those in your hand, or would you have it safely, securely on a table, or
Yeah, I would put it on
on the ground, or?
these ones that don't come with a mount, right? I guess that'd be pretty cool to build the mount.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. You
Stuff.
build your own mount or whatever, make it look real. But instead of having some lame cast brass junk, you got a cool working metal cannon in there. Although that one for $18, that's just sort of crude-ish looking. That don't need nothing. Some
Yeah.
wick. And it's tiny. That's awesome.
Three-inch barrel, 30 caliber.
There's really nothing to these. They just take a piece of stainless rod or whatever, tool it down on a lathe, chop the hole out of the middle for the bore, and then drill a hole out of the side, and then weld on some trunnions. On some of them, and then some of them he just doesn't even do that. But he's got a good look to them. They look scale. They look the right proportions or whatever, you know.
Yeah, a little howitzer.
What are those little weights for next to that siege mortar? Is that to tamp it down? Or you shoot those? Oh, those are recoverable projectiles. Oh shit! How bad? You know those little army men you can buy? They have a parachute on them. Hook one of them parachutes up to that thing and then shoot it and let it parachute down. That'd be neat.
Oh, that would be cool.
Alright.
I don't know. Maybe it might go up. Put a nose cone on it, like a little piece of paper nose cone. And then the nose cone would just fall off. Probably figure out the cap of a shampoo bottle or some shit.
Yeah, those are recoverable projectiles.
That's what it says. I don't know how you're supposed to. Why there's a screw on them? I guess to find them or something. Oh, maybe you tie something on there.
Yeah.
A streamer.
Duck.
I just got a whole bunch of little ideas going on in my head what I would do. That's very nice to toys.
What? We're talking about little cannons here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just saying I would end
I
up
don't know where
destroying
that
toys with the cannon. Ooh, Mr. G.I. Joe, you're looking a little too close to the barrel. Boom. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's probably what I would do. Destroy some stuff with it.
I always remember that around the 4th of July, any and all models had a chance to potentially not exist.
Yep. I'll just have my kids build some like elaborate popsicle stick houses. Like, okay, now we're gonna blow them up with cannons.
What? No, Dad, no!
Don't forget to paint them up real nice.
Gotta look realistic as it's getting blown to bits. So Ash versus Evil Dead doesn't start till almost Halloween? That sucks. That and I don't have stars, so it might not matter.
Good and evil. Sometimes the difference between the two is a blur. Sometimes
Boar Mini Thunder mug. That looks pretty cool. Shoot that one straight up. Very loud, it says.
All right, Caleb, I posted a link for you.
Better have some of value to say, though.
He'll talk about how he can make his own cannon for like $3.
He has one, right? I was watching him the other night. Or last night.
Yeah, he has one.
And I don't know what happened to my internet last night. I could hear everything on the external chat. I couldn't hear anything other than Caleb. And then the next time that I jumped in, I couldn't even hear that. And yet everything's working today, so I have no idea what was going on yesterday. Crazy, googly stuff.
Some sharks. Well, I figured out that Hawaii just has a bunch of sharks with Wi-Fi connected to them instead of lasers. That's how you guys get your internet. So when some of them swim away, it fucks everything up.
It's probably not too far from the truth.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Well, if it ain't the spawn of Satan himself.
What's going on?
Or is that the spunk of Satan? But either way.
Aren't you supposed to be at work?
I just got off work. God, shut up.
Nice. What's your store number?
Oh, 2525.
I take it the meds he took for your mono are starting to work?
No, I don't have mono, first off, but feeling a little bit better today. Still had a pretty crappy day at work. Having to work, feeling like this, but it is what it is.
That's the actual work portion of the job, is just dealing with it half the time.
Yep. At least I got a raise today. Woohoo!
Kick in the pants or an actual raise?
No, I had my evaluation. So, that was cool.
I'm sorry, Caleb, but you just don't seem to be a team player, and we're going to have to let you go.
Yeah.
Always eating
So you're
out of
making
the-
a whole
the box of the
extra
turkey.
quarter a week?
That's nobody's business.
There you go. A right answer, Caleb.
What
'Cause
store
if you
number
say-
is this?
Right? If you say too much, everybody's going to be asking you for an interest-free loan.
Yeah, I wish I had that ability. Oh, I gotta get ready for the match tomorrow. It's supposed to pour down rain, so I'm not sure what's gonna happen with the match.
Is it an epic match? What
Yeah,
kind of
the USPSA. But they'll pretty much most clubs, if they're legit, they'll shoot unless it's like lightning. So, or if the bays are like flooded, like so they don't want to mess them up, you know, 'cause, like depending on how they have their bays set up. But this place has pretty good bays. I mean, they drain water pretty good, so I don't know. Because what they'll do is they'll put trash bags over the target, and you shoot the trash bag, so the cardboard doesn't get all soggy. So it kind of makes it harder because you don't know exactly what part of the target. You know, you kind of have a general idea. And then what sucks too is you got to go lift the target up, lift each garbage bag up to place the holes on the target, and to call the hits. It's pretty big pain. Hopefully it'll hold off. It's saying 100% chance thunderstorms tomorrow.
Nice.
Sounds
What's
like
amazing is they could still be wrong.
Yeah, I know, right? I hope so. Hopefully it's not till later in the day. Let's see, where's the radar at? Oh, here we go. Holy crap. Yeah, it's coming. It's just rain is all it is, though. Just rain. Dang, that's a big front. It covers like, it's going all the way back. It's going all the way from Texas to Georgia.
Wait, it'll thunder. It'll lightning.
Probably. If they do that, they'll cancel the match. Which kind of sucks, because it's like one of my favorite matches. But also, I mean, I don't really feel that well anyways, but I still was going to plan on going shooting tomorrow. They don't cancel the match if one person's sick, so...
Sounds like fun.
Well, you know, it doesn't look like it's gonna hit us that much, really. Oh wait, okay, not until like early in the morning. It's like staying pretty far north in like Tennessee, so we'll see. We should
Might be
see.
just fine. Might be just fine.
It might be a beautiful day. Either way, it said 70 degrees with the rain, so it's gonna be warm. Probably gonna be humid.
That range day that I got a week or two ago, whatever it was supposed to be a 75% chance of rain, and granted, they would usually talk about Oahu weather as opposed to here, and we got lucky. It's a gorgeous day. Just enough breeze to keep it from being ridiculously hot.
But, yeah. That's the way last week's match was, because we've been having rain like last Saturday, the week before that, we'd had rain like every day. And then Saturday, like a lot of people didn't show up to the match. It was only like there was 2 squads, literally only 2 squads, which was kind of nice because you shot a stage, and after the last shoot, you're like, oh, we don't have to repace targets because the other squads already shot this stage, so we don't have to reset targets.
Nice looking. I guess that's a pistol.
Yeah, it's the Scorpion.
That looks
Where did
nice.
you do with the?
The trigger
Oh.
groups, it's out and sitting on a windowsill with the, it's got a Allen
Is that
key.
what you
and,
needed the Loctite for?
Yeah.
Oh shit! What happened?
He's replacing the ambi safety thing, right?
Yeah, and the screw that I needed to get out was stripped, so I filled the little hole up with Loctite and then put the Allen key in there and I'm gonna let it sit. See if
It was already stripped in the gun.
Yeah,
Oh shit!
Well, that sucks.
yeah.
It's not
wanna
like
send
you
it
can
back.
get it out with a wrench. It's in flush or something.
Oh yeah, it's tiny and it's in like a little slit.
Those
So
dang
it's
slits. Tiny slits.
little tiny slit. So this is the other thing that came today was the pistol tube adapter, which is all, I guess it's aluminum. And then the CAC tube that came with it, and that's just the pad for my first AR pistol.
For your face brace.
Yeah, put it on my face.
Gotta
So
be
it's
careful when you're handling all that cack.
You can just unscrew it if you SBR it, and then just screw a regular one on, like an AR one, and then just put a stock on. That's pretty cool.
How do you stop it so that it's indexed right?
I don't know. There's this one.
I mean, it doesn't matter on yours, but if you were gonna SBR it,
Yeah, if I had to put a regular stock on there, I'm guessing they. What do? They put like a little.
maybe you just still put a castle nut on it and then use the castle nut to adjust it.
Yeah, they said you can use a castle nut. Oh, I guess this one doesn't have it. So they said with regular tubes, there's these 2 little holes for set screws that you would put where that it's normally taken out of the, what's it called? The threads.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The cut threads there.
Yep.
But the problem is that there was a screw in there and it was stripped. Also.
Just in the trigger group, or where the safety, it holds the safety in this little tiny set screw. The one on the other side is not stripped, but the one on the side that I wanted to change was stripped. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't want to send it back to them or send it to them and wait weeks to get it, so I'm just gonna try to fix it myself first.
And that, of course, will not violate the warranty, right?
No, hopefully not. Otherwise, I'll just have to bring it to the gun shop and see if they got something that can get it out. and then order a new screw, or just tell them what happened and see if CZ gives me another screw. But as it is right now, it's just that one side is still on there, like it came. So it's not like I can't shoot it or anything. Kill the chat.
No, just absorbing, soaking it all in.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot to soak in. There's a lot to fathom.
I'm just case gauging my ammo for the match tomorrow.
Quark, I will say on air, you're an asshole. I will never, ever click one of your links ever again.
Well, that's what you wanted to know. You didn't want to know.
So why
That's
did I
what you
need to
didn't
know?
want to know.
Yeah, still don't want to know. Anyway, holy shit.
Yeah, I was keeping back, so you forget about that.
Don't click it, Ballistic. Whatever you do.
I can't. I'm not using my computer right now because I've got my work gloves on, my reloading gloves.
What's that Winnebago Man thing all about? I never saw that before.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's a show on Netflix right now, and it's a documentary, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
What? Yeah, somebody just posted a link for this thing. Is the guy blind? I think he's blind.
Let's see.
It's some documentary about a guy who was like angry in some old commercials, and then it was on the internet, and then they did a documentary to see like what happened to him after he was famous on the internet. But I never heard of him being on the internet, so I've never seen his videos.
Well, I've seen.
Oh,
this guy
I've definitely seen. Yeah, I've seen those videos because they did like all the outtakes or whatever
Right.
of that.
But when was this?
Had to be
Like
90s.
Oh shit!
90s or late 80s.
No. I know when the video was made. I'm saying, when did this happen on the internet?
I think it was like the early 2000s or late 90s.
Oh, really? That long ago? Yeah, then I don't remember it.
No. I remember some of these YouTube videos with this guy coming out in
Well, that's true. It had to be YouTube, so it had to be.
yeah,
YouTube.
mid to late 2000s.
I guess.
But the actual, them filming it or whatever was definitely in like the late 80s.
Oh, yeah, it's like old TV shows or TV commercials. I mean.
Yep. Well, and that's what it was based on or whatever. Was he was the salesman. Nice. This is hilarious.
Oh, he made internal training videos for Winnebago salesmen, so that makes more sense that he was getting sick of them or whatever. But then I was watching that thing, trying to figure it all out and see if it was worth watching the documentary about him. But I couldn't tell if because he has that rope and stuff, is he blind?
He wasn't. The Winnebago Man himself was not.
Weren't you having that same problem yesterday that you couldn't? You couldn't hear us yesterday.
Yeah. And what, is that a link to the actual WinnebagoMan.com?
I don't know if there is. It looks like he went out and lived in the woods because he got sick of everybody making fun of him or something.
Damn, Winnebago ruined my life.
Right?
But
yeah, I'm known as the angriest man on earth.
Oh, who is that? Mr. Wright says that we should do a mini cannon channel. I think we should have a mini cannon shootout or something. Can't imagine
That
why
would be
anyone
cool.
would not want to own a mini cannon. I'm very sure they're legal everywhere because they're not guns. They're just cool things to have. And then we could do some sort of shooting challenge with them.
That would be something.
I could do that.
What do you got?
I don't know if
B?
you'd be interested. It involves
Homemade.
casting lead balls and then measuring powder, stuff you wouldn't be interested in.
Yeah, you're too young for that. Still
Yeah.
got your whole life ahead of you.
I'd get the BB one.
Oh, okay. Mr. Wright did say that the guy was starting to lose his eyesight by the time the documentary was filmed. No kidding.
Oh, okay.
It's from being angry all the time.
Yeah, he's constantly pissed. Strain broke all his eye vessels.
That's a shame. Reminds me that I should just chill the fuck out when people are trying to piss me off.
I got another video for you there, Island.
Oh, I'm never pushing one of your links ever again. Never.
Guaranteed to
Never.
make you go blind.
Not happening. It could be a free $1 million and I wouldn't push that motherfucking link. I mean, literally as it came up, I couldn't even really tell what was going on. I just closed it. I didn't feel like I needed to take the time to figure out what was what.
Something is wrong with this ammo.
Mini cannon channel sounds cool.
Yeah, back to that. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, we should do it.
Well, then you've got mini cannons, and then you got micro cannons. I mean,
Yeah, and somebody could put one on a drone, and then the court could be interested.
There you go.
hey, I'm already interested in that little, BB one. That one's cool.
I'm freaking out trying to look at that picture at the bottom of his webpage, where it's got all of them in on a piece of cardboard, and then trying to figure out how big a quarter would be, because these look bigger in that picture, I think, than they look like when they're in the little pictures with the quarter. Because like that BB one, that thing looks like the wheels are about as big as a 50-cent piece, right?
I gotta click it back on.
That would make the wheels and some of these ones in the big picture like a quarter.
Let me see.
Maybe they are all just short and all smaller than shit.
They look, well, looking at the size of the quarter on most of them, it's like some are sizable, but some are tiny. You know what I mean?
These look like they would almost all fit into a beer can. Folded them up.
Some of those, what do you call that? The
I
support.
guess I'm looking at that Thunder mug. It looks like it's about, in the little picture, it looks like the mug part, where it's like about around a 50-cent piece.
The
'Cause it's a
Thunder
little bit
mug.
than a quarter. But if you
Okay, I
look
see.
at the table, it looks like a freaking coffee cup. So something's wrong. Like, I think that is way smaller than I think in that big picture.
Well, and it's saying that it's 2 3/4 inches tall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but look at it on the table in the big picture at the bottom. To me, it
Okay.
looks like it's almost the size of a coffee cup, which would be more like 4 inches tall, right?
Unless those other things are that short
That's what
or
I'm saying.
small.
And all of those things are super tiny, I guess.
Yes. I like the big mortar. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, I don't see that in the thing for sale anywhere.
Yeah, it's the
The siege mortar? It's not the siege mortar.
no, it's the. Oh, come on, where did it go?
No,
Talking
the
about the
big-
big
you're
fat-
talking about the big ass picture on the closest row, all the way on the left.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
screen
right
sharing it so
next
you
to
know.
your beer mug or whatever, isn't it?
That one.
No, that's that one. I'm talking about the one in the front row, not the last row.
The first one.
Okay, I see what you're
Those
talking.
big ass
1
walls.
inch bore
like-
seat motor. That's what it is.
No, it isn't. Which one?
It's a 1 inch bore siege motor. It's
No, that's that one in the back row,
is it?
next to the coffee cup one.
Yep. You are correct.
Because it's
Oh,
got
yeah.
the screw and stuff. So that one up front has got a way big. It's way cooler. I want that one.
Okay, that is a mini Civil War
What?
Bullhorn sled mortar.
It's not. I don't even think it's on.
No, I haven't seen it
No,
listed.
that
You're
mini
right.
Civil War one also has a screw on it, and it is. Where did it go?
I'm looking for it right now.
It's in the front row, but it's like the middle, or it's in the front there.
No, that's
That's the Civil
No.
War. Yeah, that's that Civil War mini Civil War Cohorn sled mortar.
Yeah, the
You
third
can
one
see the
up.
sled.
That's
And
the
the
third
one
one,
you're
yeah.
talking about, G-Webs, is the one that's all thick-walled barrel up at the
Yeah, that thick one.
left at about 9 o'clock or
In
something.
front of the lame-looking one. Yeah. Next to the
Yeah.
cool one with the wheels. I don't know what that one is.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Wait, what is that cool one with the wheels?
Yeah, that's not on his site anymore.
Yeah, so he's got a couple, like he says there, right there somewhere, is that these are all one-off or whatever. Is that the BB cannon? No, the BB cannon is up there.
Let's see. It's got
So he's
this-
got more in that picture than he actually has for sale. So he must have sold that one already. Damn, it was probably like $20 too.
That doesn't mean he won't make another one, though, right?
Damn straight.
I don't think it was $20. That looks like it's a little bit more than $20 worth of work.
Maybe you start making videos for him or whatever, and
Usually when I miss out on something, it was pretty damn cheap.
like I could have bought 10 of these. Shit.
I don't know. That one may probably $50. If that mug one is 40, that one's probably.
Yeah, that's a pretty thick-walled.
It looks
little
like it's
bit.
one that's welded to its base.
Yeah, but you just simple. You take a big ass ball bearing, size of a baseball, and you squish it, and then you drill a hole in it. You polish off one side. Super easy.
Well, other than a baseball's not going to fit in there unless I'm missing what you're talking about.
No, I'm saying to make it, you take a piece of steel the size of a size of a baseball, squish it. It's more like a hot dog, big fat hot dog. Cut off one end, drill a hole in it. Super easy.
All right, now I see what you're saying.
What about this
Superman could do like 100 of those in a minute.
replica Civil War field cannon? Only $2,200.
Yeah, that's getting ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a little out of my price range.
Only one available, it says.
Now, why couldn't you just sort of use a thick-walled pipe and all that, and just cut it
For what?
down for a cannon, for a mini cannon?
If you want to die, kill everybody with shrapnel.
Trying to make a pipe bomb.
Yeah.
No, that is not what I meant.
Just look at how thick the walls are on these.
Yeah, I'm thinking this guy's using like legit steel, like the same stuff you'd make a barrel out of or a chamber, and then he's just a machinist or whatever is his thing. He cuts it down and whittles it out and welds it to a chassis.
Yeah.
It's because a pipe is just going to be, what is it, cast? Or I don't know how pipes are made.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Extrude them or whatever. There's no strength to that.
I see what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying. Yeah, and I was certainly not insinuating to break any state, federal, or county laws.
Yeah.
I think I'll get the what's it?
I want all
50
these.
caliber. 50 caliber howitzer first. Try it.
It looks like if you had a big cigar box, these would just fit in them. Or these would all fit in it.
No way.
If you look at that big picture again, the big one with all of them in.
Staring
And then-
at it.
Right, we know that if you go to the coffee cup looking thing, the Thunder mug,
Mm-hmm.
and you go right in front of that, that one is the BB one that Cork likes, and I also like. So we know that that bore is 177. It's a freaking BB, and look how big it looks in this picture. It looks like a freaking 38 or something. So I'm thinking that most of these would fit into a cigar box, and I bet you could put a couple of these, a whole bunch of them into a cigar box.
Now, how about a shoebox as opposed to a
shoebox,
cigar
everything in this table, for sure.
Yeah, I could see that. I could
I'm just
definitely.
seeing a pretty big cigar box, a deep one, for big fat cigars, maybe 3 deep or whatever, but still.
Okay. You're not
you could
talking
put 3
cigar
or 4 of
box
these.
as much as like a humidor kind of a thing, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, look at cigar boxes every once in a while because they're different shapes and sizes. But anyway, I'm just saying, yeah, shoebox. Then you could put everything in this table in one shoebox if you were just shoving them in there.
Here's the problem, though, G. You're going to have double that so that you can have what is the word ballast? Where all of them go off at one, like a fusillade. So you can have the half on the one side and the half on the other side, and you got to launch cannonballs at each other. Got to have twice as many as what are pictured, unfortunately.
Oh no, I'm not gonna have cannon wars.
What?
That would be awesome.
Right? What?
These things can kill you. They're basically Derringers on wheels.
Walking out of my house can kill me.
Well, I'm not gonna shoot one at somebody. They will kill them.
Okay, now that I can respect, and I totally understand that.
I'm talking about you just sit there, light the fuse, and then run away, and then go launch it at the other ones.
Murder people? No thanks, Quark. I'm not interested.
No.
No, not murder people. I'm talking about murder the other little soldiers around the other cannon that you set up. Those little plastic.
If you're gonna do something like that, you want that one in the back row that's in the middle with that big ass bore, and then you want to fill it with BBs and like something like toilet paper, something to wad it up so that you can aim it down at a bunch of like army men.
Yep.
And then look at the one next to the one you're talking about to the right of it. That's like a pea shooter, literally. Like I think a pea would be too big.
Look at that one on the far right in the back.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because look, I mean, how small?
It looks like a BB.
That's smaller than a BB. No, the one on the far left is a BB, and it's farther away, and it's way bigger in the picture. So that thing's like a tiny as shit. It's like hate kills urethra.
Damn it, Bobby.
Well, Yankee could fire his kidney stones.
That's not a guarantee. Anybody out there who's ever passed one?
Yeah, I know. I've passed them, so.
You can pass it and then repass it through a cannon.
Yep.
That picture of Yankee cracking me up now.
Put my kids to work on popsicle stick houses.
Those cannon rings are insane.
Is that what you just put in?
Well, yeah, it's from Mr. Wright.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing this pic because, well, I keep looking at it and I want more of those.
Oh.
Yeah, they're sweet.
Oh, wait a minute.
You need to get Duncan in on this.
That right there.
The pinky one. I'll have to get a pinky ring.
Pinky cannon.
Pinky cannon.
Yeah, I'm not going to set that up in my bathtub. I'm sorry.
Is that going to burn your hand after you shoot it?
No, it says you make a fist, and then those things... Oh, no, wait. Now you kind of hold your hand weird, and then those things would shoot right off past your knuckle. Look, every one of them is past his knuckle.
Yeah, I wouldn't want a short one.
Is the ring part going to get hot?
Maybe for a second. All it'll do is scald you around your finger. Big deal.
Well, and cannons are...
Of course, sucker's going down, though.
Rapid fire either, right? So how hot can you get it?
Put one on each finger, and then just rake it past your cigarette. Somebody's starting shit.
I'm sorry, but the ashes from the cigarette would hurt more than firing those one at a time would be. So.
I don't know. What if there's recoil or something?
Seems legit.
Right? That's amazing.
Start wearing rings again. You think you're Wolverine? Hold on a second.
Fire in the hole.
Wait a minute, don't move.
Yeah, right. Stand right there.
I'm gonna get
I had an extra long fuse.
The frame of your sunglasses. Put one on each side.
Ooh. That would give you quite a headache.
Keep your sunglasses on.
Wonder how loud that really would be.
Yeah, you already got
Super
like eye
loud.
protection.
I gotta say, that's gotta be pretty dang loud.
They're all noise because there's nothing holding them in. They just are all noise. That thunder mug thing, I've heard those things go off before. They're crazy loud. They shoot them things off in like around trees where they want birds like eating apples or whatever. No,
Okay,
it can
I know
sound
what
like,
you're talking.
sound like a mortar. Well, they are literally a mortar going off.
And I've seen them use something similar but larger when they do fireworks. You know what I mean? It's
Well, they'll put a big firework ball on top of it and then use that to push it way the hell up in the air, yeah.
right.
And then it gets up there and then blows up.
Because I've seen some of them. Because some of the places that we get to watch fireworks are over the ocean, and they go out on a barge, and da 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 da, so that the island don't light on fire.
You just kill the sharks.
What they ought to do is just take a giant rope or maybe steel cable and tie off the volcano for like most of the year, and then right before 4th of July, get ready to let it open right on the night of 4th of July. Boom! Blows up all its volcano stuff into the air.
Just
So
pull the
tighten the belt for most of the year, and then take a couple notches off for 4th of July, huh?
Yep. Boom.
Actually, we had
Get all that extra land as it bulges.
the winds change, and we've had VOG, which is volcanic fog, for about a day and a half, and it just sucks.
Volcanic fog.
Oh yeah, it's
What's
a
From
thing.
Peru, you mean?
No, from Big Island.
Or I mean Chile?
From Big Island.
Oh,
What
there's
is it?
a volcano going off? Or it's just always going off?
Oh, that's mostly spewing something. Not like, super fantastic like that one in Chile. What is it? Cal Boco or something like that? That's the one I think I posted the other day with the time lapse.
Mm-hmm.
So since the winds were coming from the south-southwest today, we're getting all their volcanic fog, and it sucks.
What is volcanic fog, though?
Volcanic fog is when it's all the particulate and stuff in the air that the volcanoes lets loose. And if the winds blow from the south, instead of sitting down there on Big Island, it blows up here, and then it's all like when you look outside, it looks all
Dusty?
like almost like smoke in the air, kind of.
Okay,
like-
leave like
actually-
dust behind?
No, that's when they burn the sugarcane. It's like hazy. There you go. Let me see. I'm gonna Google that shit, and I'll post it.
I don't trust you.
Does the smell of all the people that are burned by the volcano smell delicious? Like barbecue?
We have not had any human sacrifices to Pele or the volcanoes in some amount of time.
By some amount of time, you mean it's 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, whenever they go low on spam.
That's funny. I just picked up some corned beef hash and also Spam just the other day.
Have you ever ate the bacon spam?
No, but I think I would.
Oh, don't fall into the trap of thinking that it's spam made out of bacon because it's spam made out of cat food or something.
Oh.
It's not. I don't know how they come up with saying it's bacon. I guess it smells like bacon a little bit.
It has bacon flavoring.
Oh,
Yeah,
don't
I
think it-
tried
I think
that.
it smelled like bacon, but it didn't. It just tastes like it's even saltier spam.
Okay,
Yeah.
what do we got here? Since March 12, 2008, emissions of sulfur dioxide, the gas that forms VOG, from Kilauea volcano have been elevated. The levels have been elevated 800 metric tons per day in December of 2009, compared to an average of 140 metric tons per day from 2003 to 2007. This is a NASA link, so it should be legal. And then there's also a wiki on it too. Let's see.
Yeah, I will tell you, my cats will eat regular spam, but they will not eat the bacon spam.
Really? Yeah, because I bet you because of the gross flavor, like chemical stuff in it. That's what I'm saying. I think it's just regular spam with sprinkles of flavor on it, not made out of bacon.
If you look at
I
that,
couldn't even finish it off.
if you look at that second link, the picture that's on the right-hand side, that's what it looks like outside. Except that's on Big Island. That's not here.
And does it smell like rotten eggs?
I imagine if we were closer to the place itself, to Kilauea, then it would be. But it's not as, the smell's not as pronounced here as it is over
Not
there.
as pungent, okay.
Because I mean, it's still, sulfur. What was it? Sulfur dioxide or something like that.
They should use a volcano to make a big giant cannon.
Huh. It kind of already is one. Except it just throws large chunks of earth and whatnot.
Volcanic rock.
And knowing is half the battle. This has been a public service announcement. We now return you to your regularly scheduled programming.
There's a guy that I worked with. He's in Hawaii right now. He's posting pictures on Facebook. I don't know which island he's on.
What do the pictures look like? I might be able to tell you.
They look like Hawaii. It all looks the same to me. They got palm trees, right?
Coconuts, palm trees, grass skirts, all that shit. But, like if there's a naval vessel or something, he's more than likely over on Oahu.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. It helps if the webcam is plugged in.
Yeah.
I've heard that. I have heard that.
It didn't have the Bluetooth.
Yeah.
It looks like the beach he was on was all black sand.
Black Sand Beach. He could be on Maui. We have one or two of those. Out at Wainapa Napa. Lots of owls, trust me.
Finally figuring out this new phone, so I'm catching up. I did my first Instagram picture today with the new phone. So.
Oh yeah, how's the new technology treating you?
It's great now that after I'm learn how to use it. I like it. The first night I was like, "Fuck this thing." But I finally got it all figured out. I think it is a better phone, but it's a little bit bigger.
That picture of your Smith & Wesson you took, that looked nice.
Yeah, that was taken with this new phone, so that wasn't even touched up or anything. That was just take it out on the back porch, snap the picture, and upload it. So it does a good job.
Yeah, I need a new phone.
Wasn't near dirty enough.
Yeah. Well, I cropped out the parts around the porting where the sight blade and everything was all covered in crap. Hard to keep that clean around that porting.
Yo.
You ever eat a blue cheese stuffed olive?
I don't eat anything with blue cheese.
Oh yes, absolutely.
They're delicious.
Disgusting.
Don't even have to have a martini for it. I don't need an excuse to eat one of them.
We do the garlic stuffed ones a lot.
Those are also good, but the blue cheese one I like a little bit better.
Gross. But I like to make it.
You don't like the blue cheese or the stuffed olive part?
I don't like either olives or blue cheese. What I like is to take like the little grape tomatoes and stuff those with a mixture of feta cheese and vinegar.
Never had that, but I would eat it.
Yeah, right. Not a problem.
Vinegar, like not just like a regular vinegar, like a Greek vinegar, like a red vinegar.
Balsamic.
Yeah, balsamic.
Well, like that's when they take. That's a dish. I can't remember what it is, but it's tomatoes, onions, balsamic vinegar, and buffalo mozzarella cheese.
Yeah, that's when you put it on like a Ritz cracker kind of a thing. I just
Well,
like the tomatoes with it.
you could make the same thing, I guess, is what I was getting at, since you're using like the grape tomatoes or the cherry tomatoes. And it would be just as good.
I get yelled at when I eat them though, because they stink like crazy.
The little feta ones?
The feta cheese and the balsamic vinegar. They stink.
Yeah. Feta's kind of stinky, but I still like it.
I get yelled at when I eat those, Funyuns, or sardines.
Now, is that because of the smell of when you eat it, or the smell when you excrete it?
Both, actually, I think. Mostly the smell when I'm eating it, though.
Okay.
Well, I don't like blue cheese, but I'll eat that before sardines.
Yeah, right? Not
You know,
even
if-
work.
I would never ever bring this up, but you're already talking about the smells of excreting. So I started eating granola cereal, and it is by far the most horrible, foul-smelling secondary food I've ever had the pleasure of smelling. It is the most horrible. I thought all the like stinky hippie shit jokes were jokes, but it turns out that shit actually makes you.
Yeah,
stink.
eat a bag of carrots and cauliflower every night, and then come talk to me.
Exactly, asparagus.
Smell like patchouli.
'Cause I eat like a bag of carrots every night. I love carrots. And there's like very little calories in them, so you can eat like a whole bag of little baby carrots and you have like 100 calories.
Sometimes it's high, not high in sugar, but it depends on.
Not compared to like a Pepsi.
Right.
And plus, it's a natural sugar, so it's in fiber. So you have to remember if you take 100 calories worth of Pepsi and 100 calories worth of carrots, you'll absorb far more calories from the Pepsi than you will the carrots, because the fiber is going to rush the food along before you get full digestion of it.
Right?
That's why high fiber diets help.
And that's one to grow on. Wasn't that the Phil Hartman skit on Saturday Night Live? Colon blow?
Yeah.
And the new super colon blow?
Yeah.
You'd have to eat 37,000 bowls of Raisin Bran to equal one bowl of colon blow. And back to guns.
Anybody see that video that is about cannons I made
Yeah, I watched it
the other
today.
day? Look at this comment that came in on it. Turns out I'm a politically correct coward, I guess.
We already knew that.
I just try to hide that in my videos, but I guess this guy saw right through my facade.
I don't
He's got a lot of time on
understand.
his hands to complain about that video. How dare you?
Maybe I live in an apartment.
Maybe he had a bad day.
Yeah, I kind of don't even get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I'm getting scolded or if I'm getting made fun of or if...
Or he just wants to see some action in capital
What's a Flex
letters.
Steel commercial? I don't know what that means.
Oh, that's it's the aerosol that's like forms a rubber seal. So like they do is they take this boat, they take a screen door, they coat the bottom of the screen door in Flex Seal, and then they put the boat in the water and it floats. It doesn't, let the. So that's like what he's talking about at the bottom there.
I think he's got some bipolar going on.
I think he wants to see you do some insane shit with the cannon. I think is what it is, but I'm not sure.
Sad
Yeah.
that people have to see that kind of shit. Like, they can't just be, like, satisfied with, like, oh, that's an interesting thing that exists. Like, I need to see it destroy something.
There's
Yes.
definitely that out there.
Easy to
Definitely.
destroy army figures. Russian army figures.
What did you shoot out of it? I didn't even know if you put anything in it.
Nothing. I just made a noise.
Little flash, little
When you
sound.
shoot stuff out of it, it shoots back way farther. So, like,
So it gets
opposite
pushed back.
reaction and all that. So we used to shoot stuff, but then you have to go pick up the cannon and have to let's put something on it.
Well, you're supposed to be able to, quote, air quotes, dug in, right? So it's static, so that it only moves a little bit, right?
Nah, it's proportionally way more powerful than a real cannon, I think.
Okay, I can understand that, because in a real cannon, you're not putting, even if you're only putting a little bit in the mini cannon, it's still proportionally more than what you're putting in. And the sides of the walls on
And
the mini
weight of
cannon
it ain't shit compared to how big a real one weighs and stuff.
Right.
It's not a big deal. It's just nothing at that range. It's just a big steel concrete thing. And it was raining. I didn't feel like wasting time putting something on. I just wanted to get a video made of it since I brought it up.
Next time, bring a brick. That'll stop it.
Well, I won't shoot at that range. I don't like that range that much.
Is it too busy?
No, it's always fucking windy like that, so it's not good for videos. And it's east and west, so the sun's usually in your eyes or behind you, and it screws with you. I like the ones where you look north.
And the wind goes across as opposed to at you?
Nah, you can't do nothing about the wind, really, but it's not so bad in some places as it is up there. I don't know why. Just, mountains or something.
So are the ranges you go to obviously are closer to where you live than where Chris lives, yes? Obviously, I guess. That's a stupid question.
Chris lives way the fuck away. He lives like almost 2 hours from me, maybe.
But you have more than, say, 3 options or something? Where you live?
I don't like to tell people how many options we have, because then you all get mad.
Okay. Well, shit. You already have more than me, so, I mean, I'm not mad. I'm actually happy for you, I guess.
I mean, we don't have it ideal. People that have it ideal just walk outside and shoot, obviously, but we do have a lot of options.
But you don't take advantage of it, Quarks. What's the point?
No, look who jumps in right at that
Right.
point.
The one guy that laughs about it, and then the other guy that shoots in his freaking house.
I've actually shot in my house out the window after removing the screen, but...
My dad used to do that. It's totally legal here.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta love stuff like that.
I don't know about him shooting 22 magnums at a 22 target, but that was my dad. He also shot 22 long rifles out of his 22 Magnum for like 12 years.
And that had no effect, or?
I can't imagine it was good for it, having those bullets bouncing around inside there.
So my dad has a range behind his garage, so I can go out there theoretically and shoot whenever I want, but you really have to make sure my stepmom or his wife is not going to complain.
G-Webs, was your dad Brad Pitt? So that means your mom was Angelina Jolie?
No.
No.
That'd be like 8, right?
And most likely brown.
Oh! Oh!
What? It's true. They have brown kids, don't they? Aren't all of them some shade other than Caucasian?
Other than the 2 that they had.
Oh, well, yeah.
Oh, are we sure the 2 that they had aren't?
No, I'm not sure of anything in this world anymore. I'm not sure of anything in this world. After I saw that action figure therapy video today and some other shit happened, I'm not sure about much anything these days.
Was it the titties with mustache one?
No, I do like that one. No, today was the one was their response to what happened in Panama City, Florida, with the what do you call it, fraternity, and they lit them up, and they even at the end of the video they gave like the national chapter's telephone number to call so you could voice how you felt about what the fuck these kids. So it was like the Wounded Warriors Beach Retreat or something like that, right? And so this fraternity's chapter was at Panama Beach City, whatever the fuck it is, and were harassing and spitting and potentially could have urinated on a flag and all sorts of just ridiculous shit. And so they're kind of starting to get, the outrage is now starting to come out and everything like that. And this one YouTube channel, website, whatever, Action Figure Therapy, released one of their videos today about it, and they're usually pretty, I don't know, how would you describe them, Huck, in the way that they usually go about things with Action Figure Therapy? They're pretty forward. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes they're pretty punch you in the face serious type of stuff, and this is one of those times when they were pretty serious.
I haven't watched them when I watched it, it was all just a comedy thing. Like, they didn't actually talk about anything going on in the media or anything. I haven't seen any of that.
Yeah, I'll see if I can't find a link.
The first, 10 or 15 of them or whatever were just jokes about the G.I. Joes.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like, I remember seeing them and it was like, what the fuck, it's Donut Thursday and you brought in bagels? Like, it's fucking donuts, not bagels.
The one guy has the HVAC gun. He's like, what is this thing? What kind of gun is this? I just go out and battle and I just point it. I make noises with my mouth. I don't even know what this thing does.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any
now
of
they're
them.
like all political and edgy and...
Well, not always. They're still pretty funny, but this was something that had to do with veterans, and they support several different wounded veterans charities and things like that. So it really got under their skin. They just tried to put it out there in order to be able to respond, I guess. And since they have like 193,000 subs or something like that on YouTube, that it'll get the word out. And I wouldn't be. And they put, like I said, they put the telephone number of the national chapter office for this fraternity, so you can voice your displeasure. I think that's pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah. So I'm sure they blew up that phone line today.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that at all. Had to pull the plug out of the wall or something. See if I can't find that video. Yeah, and they were the ones that were doing shit about like Stanley the Honey Badger and the Tijuana trip and blah blah. I mean, usually it is just funny. This one was funny, brutal, and all of that all at the same time. Here we go. Here comes an incoming link. As soon as I remember how to do that. There we go.
I had an interesting day. I've been fighting his neighbors with that are like super neglectful of their dog, barks all the time, is always chained in the backyard, in the middle of the yard. I've been like recording it and all kinds of stuff. I posted it on a local private group today, like a yard sale or communication, bulletin board for the area. And both of them got on there and instantly just went ballistic because I finally, I've posted on there a bunch of times, but I put a video up today. And the guy was like trying to get me to come over to his house to confront him. He's like, come over here and knock on my door. I felt like a responsible gun parent.
I would always say to that guy, I would say, no, I have an idea. Why don't you meet me on my home turf where you go to prison after I hurt you?
Right? Well, I just avoided the whole thing. I said many, many times, please do not contact or interact with me or my family via electronically or verbally. And I was shutting him down the whole time. I was trying to get to the people that run the Humane Society because he works there, so I'm caught in this stupid, crooked loophole.
I saw that video.
Wait, the guy who is neglecting the dog works at a Humane Society? Wow.
Yes. Yeah, the only one within 100. Like, when you call the cops and they call animal control, that's who gets called. And it's his dog. And he is a little gangbanger, thug, wannabe, tough guy, about 4 foot nothing, 110 pounds sort of guy, and afraid of it. That's his problem, is that he's he can't live with that.
That he's an ass.
Yeah, so I totally de-escalated. I didn't involve myself in any way. I was very proud of myself. When I was 21, I wouldn't have done that.
Well, did it solve it? I mean, is he gonna
No, I mean he took it.
Embarrassed enough
took
he's
it
going to
in.
take care of his dog now or something?
No, he doesn't give it. He said many times. Other people chimed in. They're like, we hear it too, all day, every day. His sister chimed in. Like they're lying about stuff. They're super sketchy folks. So they're basically like a few minutes ago they blasted music in the room right next to my workshop for about a minute. It's 45 seconds. Weird.
I would do that too.
Psyops.
Nah, I could just set my compressor outside my door too, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm like super conscientious of it because I run machines all the time. I always have loud stuff going on here. So I'm like, my dogs bark and I drop what I'm doing and run in and shut the dogs up. We're like super conscious of it. And then on top of it, it's been months. Today, the poor little guy is chained out in the middle of the yard with food bowls that were super easy to knock over. They didn't even try to put him out of his knocking over reach. And no cover or anything in the rain and 60 degrees. It's barking for at least 6 hours. I have 6 hours of recordings at least. When they started getting all aggravated and confrontational on Facebook, I stopped going out and recording them. But they kept telling me, "You're such a wuss. You won't come over here and confront us. You won't come over." Like I've tried many times. We've knocked on the door, and they won't even look us in the eyes or answer the door or anything. It's crazy.
Well, and the other thing is, it's not your job to go over and confront them either, right?
That's what I said. That's why we have cops and animal control. Like that's what they're for.
Exactly.
So that things like this don't escalate when people like that are super aggressive and aggravated up right off the bat.
Just call
Looking for an excuse.
Just call animal control every day.
Yeah, we did it every day for about a month until we realized that like he comes home, yells at his dog, and goes back to work. I mean, he's the one that gets that call, so.
I'll call the sheriff. Have the sheriff come.
Sheriff's been out here. I've called well over 50 times in the last 3 months.
Wow. That sucks.
What are you gonna do? Just neighbors. But the reason I brought it up is what you said, talking about guns, and that was like the main motivator for me not just going over there. I'm a responsible gun owner. I avoid conflicts at all costs. Unless Solid Snake is calling.
But my local shop has M&P shields on sale for $2.99. No safety. It's very tempting.
Wow. That's dirt cheap, dude.
Yep.
It's because they don't want you to buy a Glock.
All right.
They had M&P shields on sale for what?
$2.99.
Yeah, as long as it's a no safety model, that's good.
Yeah, no safety.
Who was it posted the picture today? Was it who did post that picture today? I forget.
The size comparison? Calling on?
No. I'm looking. Pink Panther.
Oh, yeah, his...
Which I think is his wife's FNS.
Because it has a safety.
Yep.
Yep. I heard they're like $450 or something. I don't think they're over 500.
And the one you did of the statues today, Huck, that was pretty
Not
out
amazing. The ferryman was crazy enough that it like partially inspired. Like I have a tattoo for a ferryman that I've been designing for years, and that kind of inspired a lot of it. After seeing that today, I changed some of the design features and stuff. Very, very cool. If you didn't see it, I'll find a link.
I think I just got the... Let's see. This might be it.
So, if you're making ammo and you decide to change your crimp on the round for no reason, make it lighter, and you're using a Sammy spec barrel, it might not be a good idea. I lightened my crimp today on my reloads. Island, you got some static or something going on, dude.
I don't hear nothing.
was like a fan or something. I don't know.
I think the lead's getting to your head.
I don't know. But I changed my bullet crimp today. I was like, this will make it easier to cycle the press. You know, it won't be as much resistance. I was like, I'm just gonna, I like literally adjusted it a half turn, maybe not even that, maybe a full turn, and it caused my rounds not to want to chamber, like easily. Wouldn't have been a problem if I would have had if I was shooting like a unsupported barrel, like a Glock barrel. But this KKM barrel is extremely tight tolerances. So it's gotta be just right.
I think that little bitch just slammed Glock G-Webs. Talking about their unsupported barrels.
You're dang straight.
There's a YouTuber that I visit with occasionally that does nothing but slam Glocks because I have a bad one, and then like it's like his only experience with them. So like it you can directly see it. Like never says anything when it's working fine, and then anytime there's a jam or anything like that, the whole rest of the visit or the trip, it's all about. Well, I'm glad I don't have to worry about that. I get little text messages like pictures of Glock confidence is what you carry, and then just a lulz at the bottom.
He hates it because everybody else likes it.
Well, that's why most people hate stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
the only good reason I ever found to not like them was because they were too blocky and plain for me, and then I became more aware. And once I became aware of what I wanted, I realized they were exactly what I wanted.
Something that works and it's ergonomic.
Just like the features. Like I'm sick of having guns with stuff hanging all over them. The sides and
Simplicity, yeah.
ridiculous trying to change out the trigger grouping in an HK. I looked into it for about, I don't know, a week, and then I decided against it.
I have got to get a push-through size die for my brass. Because that's one thing about the unsupported chambers and Glocks. It causes, you know, the infamous Glock bulge, which is the resizing die will size the rest of the brass. It'll size it out, except for near the very bottom of the brass and the rim, because the sizing die doesn't cover that part. You know, the press can only put the brass so far into the die. There's like a little, like a quarter, like an eighth of an inch probably that doesn't get sized down, and if that's been shot through a Glock, it won't chamber in a tighter barrel like this one. It sucks because I have like 10 or 15 rounds that won't chamber my barrel because of that bulge every time I load ammo. Well, sometimes they'll chamber, just not very easily. It's, you know, not smooth.
Is that why you need a bulge buster?
Well, yeah, I guess that's another name for it. But the die I'm getting is sold by Redding. It's called the GRX. They only make it for the they only make it for the 40 caliber for obvious reasons, because that's the only problem that people have with it in 40. But it's extremely expensive, so.
I saw Lee had one. Like, you can just use a single press, can't you?
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the Lee die is it's not push through, so it's gonna be a lot slower. So you gotta push a piece of brass in it, take the brass out, put another piece of brass in. Whereas with the Redding one, it's a push through. It doesn't knock the primer out. All it does is size the entire case. So literally,
That's the one I saw.
Yeah, you put a bottle on top of it, and you just push them up to the top of the die, so you can just sit there and size a bunch pretty quick. The only thing that's ridiculous is, okay, the die is $80, which is kind of understandable. I mean, it's a really nice die. But then they in order to put a bottle on it, you have to buy their stupid adapter. And then even without the adapter, you can't if you want to use like a 2-liter bottle, which is what I'm gonna do. Even with the 2-liter bottle, you still have to have their adapter. Because the adapter they sell is actually made. They have their own little bottle they sell with it. But even a regular bottle won't fit on it without the adapter. So it's like $90. You might as well say $100 by the time you shipping and everything. So I'm gonna buy it as soon as I can. I think I'm gonna buy that instead of a case gauge, because I can always case gauge my ammo with my barrel. Make sure it chambers that way.
I'm gonna put a link in there, and it does have one that's a push through, and it's a Lee. So
Really?
hold on, stand by.
Although I'm kind of wary of Lee stuff. Some of it's good, okay. Some of it's not so good. Just depends.
Support a Wisconsin company and buy Lee.
Quirk, you must have stock in their company, huh?
I think that's the whole Amazon page. It's got the cup on top, and then there's the crimp die, and then there's the single press or what have you. Like you might be able to get it all for like $80 or something.
Lee Precision Bulge. Well, I already have a sizing die and a regular sizing die. That's my setup for my progressive press, but the Bulge Buster's like what, $17?
Yeah, $17 for that. The press is like $30. Because that's what the guy who ended up that I got the Dylan from. He had this little setup on his bench, and he had the.
Wait, you need a proprietary press to do it?
I don't know, man. Look at the Amazon page, bro. Help me help you. Okay.
I'm looking at it. It doesn't say anything about the.
Yeah, I don't know that it needs it, but it's also a pass-through or whatever, right?
Apparently.
Anyway, the guy that I got my Dylan from, that's what he had. He had the 90045, and then he had that Bulge Buster up top or whatever. So
apparently it works like a wide variety caliber. So you like have to you select like, or is it universal? That's weird. I'm trying to figure out how it works. That's good reviews. That's interesting.
the Bulge Buster killed the chat.
I didn't think it was appropriate.
You could be right.
I'm gonna have to watch a video of that. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up though. I'll check it out. See how it works later. Because that could definitely save me a lot of money.
Well, I don't know how many of us are independently wealthy. I just know that I'm not.
Me neither.
I'm pretty independent. And I'm pretty rich in family and stuff. I mean,
Since you all don't have enough money to be wealthy on your own, if you all would like pool your money and send it to me, I would be a lot closer to wealthy. Why should
wealthy for us?
Why should all of us be poor when one of us could be well off? So I say we all send all of our money to one of us, and I nominate me.
Oh, you'd be willing to take video of some of the things you spend that money on?
Yep.
And share that?
I'm taking some videos. We won't be showing some of those videos on Gun Channel.
So apparently I've been shooting my ammo like way too hot like than what I have to for it to be legal in competition. Well, I mean, I kind of knew that already because whenever I initially started reloading 40, I was already like 3/10 of a grain below the minimum powder charge for that powder. So I was like, well, I'll just leave it there and I'll work it down later. So I finally got around to it today. I was like, I'm gonna see how because I shot some earlier in the week over my chrono, and like my 185s are going like 1,020 feet per second. So it's moving on pretty good. And that's like a 185 power factor.
You can load them later and save money?
Yes. So I like dropped a whole half grain powder, and it's still legal ammo.
What does that turn out to in money?
I don't know. I haven't figured it out. Usually, I probably won't figure it out in money. I'll probably just figure it out in how many round count per pound of powder. But I could do it right now, actually, since I'm thinking about it.
You said you'd reduce it a whole grain?
Half grain, yeah, which is a pretty good bit.
How many grains are in a round?
5.5. It was 6. That's what I was shooting. 6.3 is the listed minimum, but because I'm shooting lead bullets, I think that's why it's a little bit faster than the advertised velocity, because copper bullets shoot a little bit slower than lead bullets.
So you reduced how many did you say you was in there? 5.5? So you reduced by 1/11th, so like 9%. So you're going to have, like, for every 11 rounds you make now, you'll be able to make an extra. For every 10 rounds you make, you'll make an extra now, actually.
Yeah, it's like the 11th is free.
Yeah, for every 10 rounds you make.
Yeah, so for every so now I can make, like, with 1 pound of powder, I can make 1,275 rounds, 1,275 rounds, and then what I was doing before, it would be 1,100. So I gain a whole 100 rounds per pound of powder.
Yeah, if you were making 1,000, you'll make 1,100 now.
That's awesome. That's the same thing I do when people like send me knives or silver or anything. I just eat a little piece of it, and that way I'm getting a little bit extra every time.
You literally eat it as you absorb the silver, the essence.
I'll probably bump it back up like 1/10 of grain, though. I don't know, because it's pretty close to being like. I mean, I shot like 20 over the Corona, and only one of them didn't meet power factor. That was just because probably a lighter bullet or something, and smaller powder charge. Just those two combinations caused it. But everything else was definitely within the legal power factor. So, and they are soft, like
I don't know if it's
like 9mm.
Like competition for cowboy shooting, but everybody loads their rounds to the bare minimum.
Oh yeah, well in cowboy shooting, the steel doesn't have to fall, does it?
But they're required to do a certain amount for competition. It's like your all's thing. It's required to be a certain load for competition. But they load it to the very minimum it can be, so about half of their rounds are usually underpowered.
Right, because it's the variances.
Yeah. So it doesn't. So you don't have to worry about being over, so the rounds go under, because they understand that about 30-40% are going to go a little bit under anyway if you load to the minimum.
Is that because they're old, or it's easier, or the cost?
It's because it's easier. I mean, if your gun's not recoiling, it's much easier to be fast and accurate.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm
still like. What's that?
It's like you watch some of those. It's like that's why Hickok loves the cowboy loads so much, because they don't recoil. You know, when you're getting older, you don't want that recoil in your hands.
Well, that's the thing. I can't even think of anybody I know who shoots cowboy that ain't old. So I figured maybe it's just they enjoy shooting that way because it's slower and it's not as abusive physically.
Yeah,
it's definitely not slower. They shoot those things because it's such a lot of recoil. You see them shoot those lever guns where they literally like.
All right.
As they can
stage
cycle.
Itself, they're shooting for time, yes, but you stroll between the stages and you spend all day out there doing it. They don't. I've seen some 3-gun matches where they're done before like 11.
11 stages, yeah.
No, 11 a.m. because people get out there at like 8 and they're hustling and then they're done and they're closing it down. Where like a cowboy shoot, they're there for the day. They're there.
Oh yeah, see, that's kind of like USPSA is kind of like a combination of that. It's like a half-day thing because I mean we start shooting at 10. We usually done shooting around 1 or 2. But I usually stay help break down, pick up brass.
Well, you can like in the winter, but you can't start shooting here at 10.
Why? It's too hot?
Yeah, it's way too hot, so people will start way earlier.
Start early, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I usually get to the range an hour early, just go check all the stages out. And then we start shooting and get done, break down the stages, and then pick up some brass and head home. Dang it, there's another piece of Glock
You would
brass.
think they could make a Roomba, right, that was a little bit more rugged so it could go on terrain, and then they could differentiate and use some sort of tech to pick up brass that you want. Even you could probably set it to be like, just pick up all the 45 brass.
Oh gosh, that'd be so cool.
Why can't they? Do everything else. We send a robot to freaking Mars.
There's not enough demand, I guess. Not enough money in it.
It's ridiculous.
But there is.
You can build one with one of those nut things in it, I guess.
What the heck is wrong with this round?
Yeah, but that's the old. That's like, I mean, I own one of those. They're okay, but that would take a lot of power. I'm thinking to roll that thing around and then to sort. So I'm thinking if you used a camera, and just the idea that okay, it knows it's 6 inches off the ground, and that means on the screen.
This piece of brass will be this big.
Right. And then no matter what the orientation, can 3D model every single possibility that it's going to see a piece of brass and not pick up all the 22 or other crap or rocks or whatever. I bet you could figure that out. I mean, it doesn't seem like that hard anymore.
Yeah, which really by hand is still pretty fast. It doesn't take long to pick
It's not like everybody would need to buy one. Each lane would need one, and then you could just let it run all the time. And then
they have these big wheels. They're like the rubber wheels. They're like, that's hard to explain. It looks like the back of like a hedge.
Or the brush.
Yeah, no, it's like the back of a hedgehog kind of look, and it's a big giant wheel, and you push it like a push mower almost. And the wheel's probably like 1.5 feet in diameter, 2 foot. It's a big wheel.
Big plastic combs.
Yeah.
A ton of them stacked together. Yeah, those work awesome actually.
Right.
You could do that with a Roomba.
They actually have one at one of the ranges I shoot at, and I was shooting the other day.
A Roomba like that?
No, they have the.
You mean just the push cart thing? Yeah, our range has one too. They cost like $400 or something.
Yeah, they're expensive. He's like, hey, we have a thing that picks up brass up there. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, can I use it? He's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. So now when I go back there, I'm gonna get it out next time I go in.
Oh yeah, they just leave it out all week.
Well, yeah, it's just sitting out on one of the stages, and I didn't know if we were allowed to use it. I mean, I'm not a member there, but I know the range master pretty well now. I've shot with him a good bit. And the guy who runs
that
the
is
match.
a better tech even then, because that'll pick up everything, and then you would just make it poop out into a sorter.
Yeah, even the hand sorters are pretty nice. It doesn't take very long. The only pain about them is where you get like 9 stuck in 40 and 40 stuck in 45, but you can just pull this apart with your hand real fast. And
yeah, you know how they could eliminate that? By banning the 9mm. Make everybody's life easier.
That's true. Well, in 40s fall in 45, they're not really quite as tight compared to 9mm in a 40 case. Because there's been some 9mm cases in 40 that I couldn't even pull them apart by the hand. I'd have to use like pliers. Especially whenever I was washing them or something that gets water tension in there, you can forget it. Oh, there's another practice round. I had to go recramp all these rounds. That's why I left a few minutes ago, like I said. It sucked. Luckily, it was something I could fix.
Is there any other good series on Netflix?
I then want to start watching The Turn, the one about the revolutionary spy. I haven't had the chance.
Did you watch that Halt and Ceasefire?
No.
Halt and something fire?
I saw it on the list, but I didn't watch it.
No, but I did watch
Pirates of Silicon Valley?
Yeah.
If you liked Pirates of Silicon Valley, and then the other one with the various versions of the ones about Apple guy. What the fuck is his name? Steve Jobs. There's like a whole bunch of movies about him. Do you like those kind of movies?
Yeah, they're alright.
Then you'll like it. It's like Mad Men. Have you ever seen that show?
Yep.
It's kind of like Mad Men, except instead of being in the 60s about advertisers, it's in the 80s about this company trying to build like a laptop and software and stuff, and it's like fictional but cool. And they use regular companies, and it's like this fictitious company that's fighting with IBM and Apple and everybody.
Halt and Catch Fire.
Yeah, that. Halt and Catch Fire, which is the stupidest name ever because it's impossible to relate it to somebody. And I'd never even heard of it before. It's supposedly some computer jargon.
No, I did watch Interview with a Hitman, and about 20 minutes into it I realized I'd already seen it, but I had forgotten what happened, so I ended up watching it again.
Yeah, same exact thing happened to me.
Still good.
Except I stopped watching it about 10, 15 minutes to the end so that I can watch it some other time.
Well, I started watching it. I started recognizing the faces, the characters. I'm like, wait. I was like, I've seen this. I was like, but I have no idea what happens. Like the
But half the
storyline.
time I do that, and then it's some other movie, and it's just a character, actor from some other movie.
Yeah, it just all starts to run together.
Yeah, but it makes movies way better if you only halfway pay attention to any of them, because then any two can be kind of mixed together, and then you think you've seen three movies, you've only seen two.
I did that with a Jason Statham movie the other day.
Oh yeah, I can't keep half of his movies apart.
Yeah.
My favorite movie I've probably seen with him, I forget the name of it, but it's the one with Brad Pitt. It's about the boxing.
Oh, Snatch.
Yeah, that was a really good movie.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorites.
The one that sticks out of him that I watched on Netflix recently was where like he's an ex-cop that was busting these meth biker gangs. I forget what it was called.
Who?
Oh wait,
That was alright. Jason.
Statham.
Where he's the cop?
Yeah, he's like an ex-DEA agent. And he moves out to the country with his kid. And he ends up like
Oh, that's right.
tussling with these other meth cookers. And it's got... Who's that guy? From The Interview. He's like a bad guy. What the fuck's his name? James Franco.
Yeah, Green Goblin, Spider-Man. No, not he wasn't Green Goblin. He was what's the other one's name? What's his name?
Yeah, he was.
Kid. He was his kid, right?
Oh
Yeah.
He was a kid.
What's the name of the villain he becomes? I forget.
Hobgoblin?
Hobgoblin. Yeah, that's it. It's stupid. It's a weird name.
One, maybe.
But I saw this other one. It was pretty good. It was more serious. Dead Man Down with...
I've seen that. That's one where isn't he's a hitman? I forget. I've seen it.
Colin Farrell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You told me about it the other day, remember? And I was like, oh, check it out. And then I saw it and I was like, oh, I've already seen this.
Dead Man Down. Yeah, it was pretty good.
It's not very like
It's not super actiony. I mean, it's
the
kind of...
dialogue's like it's not very like there's not a lot of it, but it's like I don't know how to explain it.
You like the guy who was in... Gross Point Blank? A long time ago?
Yeah, who doesn't like John Cusack?
Yeah, John
Besides
Cusack.
That guy? He's in a new movie on Netflix, or at least a new movie to me on Netflix. The Bags Man.
Oh, I never seen it.
I didn't either until just the other day. And it's like that guy, he's like his same role. He's like an assassin, like hipster, or whatever. You seen that movie about like war or something with what's her name in it?
Or, I was going to say, that's like a sequel to Gross Point Blank, practically.
Kind of. And this is another one where it's like that same like character or whatever that he plays, and except that it's with some other guy who's a famous actor who's old, and then some chick I've never seen before. And it's kind of low budget or whatever, but it's pretty interesting. It's good. It's kind of like those. And then I've seen another one just recently. Oh, Lookalike. Have you seen the Lookalike?
Who's in that?
The chick from Community, the TV show. The
I haven't seen
blonde
that
chick.
either.
And then it's a bunch of people you've seen in like a million other things. They're like all these, what do you call them, like B actors, like not the famous ones, but the ones that are in everything anyway. Like the one
Right.
dude is the guy from Sliders.
Kind of like how Adam Sandler always has the same secondary
They're not
character.
even as high as Adam Sandler. They're in a lot of movies. But anyway, it's a bunch of these people who you can just tell they must all know each other or something, and they're all like at the same level of being actors or whatever. But anyway, I've seen a lot of them in the same movies with each other. I'm saying. And
They're all like supporting character actors, probably.
yeah, and they're always in this, but it's like one of these. It's like they're the groups that are together. Anyway, so it's a decent one. It's you don't know what's going to happen kind of thing. Again, low budget, but I don't mind those. Interesting.
Yeah, some of the best movies, or not best, but some really good movies I've seen have been low budget.
Anybody seen this one, The World Made Straight?
Nope.
No, but I saw
A young man in
Netflix.
Appalachia finds himself caught between vengeful pot farmers, a violent legacy from the Civil War, and his own unpredictable future. I can't tell if it's good or lame.
I haven't watched it.
What's it called?
The World Made Straight. Some
On
guy
Netflix?
holding a shotgun on the cover, so that's why I can't tell if it's good or not.
How many stars does it have? I usually don't go by that because
Yeah, it's hard to
Yeah,
say. It has
it's
3.5,
stars.
which don't mean shit because it's, sometimes those are good.
I watched the Snowpiercer.
Oh, horrible!
Yeah.
I can't believe someone put money to make that. Oh,
No
Oh, man, these guys were in a serious situation. They were stuck at the back of the train.
No Tears for the Dead.
I don't know what it was. I could just not watch it the whole time. Like, I just could not stop.
the whole premise was that there was a train powered by nuclear power that just went on forever unless there was snow on the tracks in nuclear winter. Oh, it's hilarious. So there's nobody fixing tracks ever, and nuclear winter happens, but somehow the train can just keep going on these tracks that nobody maintains.
Hey, those things are iron, man. They last a long time.
They never get out of it, right? They never even stopped. And I couldn't believe how much of a train wreck literally it was. And then I was like, is this like the point of it? It's like so ridiculous that I'm missing something?
The best part of that movie was the CinemaSins.
What is that?
It's a YouTube channel. Guy goes through and makes fun of movies and stuff. And
Wow.
really, really, really funny
But
channel.
that was Captain America in there. He must have like owed the director
Yeah,
a favor
exactly.
or something.
Like, oh no, I think that's a great idea. The people in the back of the train are the oppressed ones, right? And the people in the front are the rich ones.
Well, it's just one of those
Another
things.
train.
Since the Hunger Games and even before that, they've been going crazy with the the youth novels. And that's what that was. It was a youth novel or a comic book or something that they thought would be a great movie adaptation.
Yeah. Crazy.
I like
guess we
comic book movies
complain
and
when they
stuff.
just remake old shit, but come on.
I love comic book movies and stuff, but I would never want to see Bone the movie. Like, it's just there's some comics and some books and stuff just do not need to be made into movies.
I'm gonna end up watching this Star Trek again. It's so good.
Yeah, I watched that the other day.
You can. Oh wait, the fuck, Clone Wars is on here now, or has it always been on here?
It's been on there for a while, I think.
All right, I'll have to watch that again though. How do you put it on a list? Mine. I bought this disc thing from, you know what Woot is? Back in the day I bought this off of Woot, and it's like 1 million DVDs, and then each DVD can have like up to, it's hard to say, some of them are like one big movie, some of them are like 8 little movies, some of them are like 16 just like war films from back in the day or newsreels, and it's just all everything from the Revolutionary War till like Vietnam, and it's just all different kind of military stuff. A whole bunch of it is like real war films, like the Army made or the Navy made or whatever. So I've been watching a lot of those because when this stuff gets, when I've seen a lot of stuff on Netflix.
I've been meaning to watch that Vietnam in color. I think that's what it's called. Or Vietnam Firefights, maybe.
Yeah, I had that added on my list too. I think I watched a little bit of it. I can't remember.
I've been watching the shit out of TED Talks lately.
I had a buddy on that recently, a guy I grew up with.
Did one of them?
Yeah, it was William Jones. Big old huge fat guy. Got a big old beard.
I definitely got that Imagine a World Without Her in here. Watch Drop Zone.
That's
And Daredevil.
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Is that?
It's like
How was Drop
what's
Zone?
that
I
other
read my
one?
list.
It's like that other one with Keanu Reeves, except that it's him. And I don't remember which one came out first, but they might as well be the same damn movie.
Well, Drop Zone came out right around the same time as Terminal Velocity.
Terminal Velocity was the one in Tucson where he's on that rocket sled.
That's the one with
Yep.
Charlie Sheen.
Yeah. So, but that doesn't tell me, is that when, was it Point Blank?
Point Break.
Point Break? Is that the same time? Or, I mean, was that before or after Point Break?
I think it was before. Point Break was the first one out of all those.
Okay, so this was sort of a ripoff of like, oh, people are into parachuting now.
Yeah.
It was like the parachuting version of it. Instead of skiers, they were parachuting.
That's what the first Fast and the Furious was like a car racing version of Point Break. Instead of surfing, they were racing cars.
True.
The only thing in at least one page worth of my history that I can recommend is This Is Spinal Tap.
Oh, that movie is so funny.
What's wrong with being sexy?
How much blacker could it be? The answer is none. None more black.
This one goes to 11.
This one goes to 11.
Patron saint of...
See this
What's it-
guitar here? Don't even look at it. Don't touch it. No, stop. Stop.
Those guys are awesome.
So funny.
If you haven't seen all of those, the dog show one, the folk singing one, those are all awesome movies.
Yeah, what's the name of the folk singing one? That one's funny.
A Mighty Wind.
Yeah, Mighty Wind.
I grew up around dog breeders, so I'm partial to Best in Show. I like that one, I think, the best.
That definitely showed a little slice of Americana, that's for sure.
So out of the ammo I loaded today, 17 rounds are not going to be able to be match ammo because of the Glock bulge. Most of them will probably still shoot. It'll just be kind of a, it won't be a. Don't want to risk the chance of it getting hung up in the chamber. No, of course, if I had a loose barrel, it wouldn't be much of a problem. I'm sure. It'd probably still chamber.
Boy, a real first world problem. 17 rounds.
I know.
That's a whole mag.
Nah, whole mag's 20.
Oh, well, you got your extensions and all that.
Yeah, boy. Extend those. Nah, they'll still shoot. I'd say at least half of those will still shoot. I'll put them in my practice bin, and I'll take them out and shoot them. But yeah, when I get that push-through die, hopefully I won't have any of those anymore. Because I never had that problem with 9mm.
And I watched that movie where it's like the prequel to the Bourne Supremacy or the Bourne Legacy. It's got Captain Kirk playing.
Got any idea what it's called?
I don't know what it's called.
I never watched the newborn. I only watched the 3 original ones because I didn't want to ruin it for myself.
The character's name is Jack Ryan, right? I don't know. I didn't like it that much.
Yeah, the only Bourne movies I saw were
Wait. Bourne is different from Jack Ryan. Jack Ryan is A Clear and Present Danger.
You're right.
CIA.
Hunt for the Red October.
What am I thinking of then?
You're right. No, it is the prequel. It is the young Jack Ryan is the Chris Pike character, the Captain Kirk. So you're right. It wasn't Bourne. It was whoever writes that Jack Ryan stuff.
Yeah, Tom Clancy. Is that who does it? John Grisham.
No, I think you're right the first time. It might be Tom Clancy. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's Tom Clancy.
Now it's time to clean the magazines. All 6 of them.
But the Tom Cruise one was pretty good with the Reacher. I think his name's Jack too. Jack Reacher.
Not to hijack this again, just for a second. I just was scrolling through Facebook and I checked my other folder, and I've got like 12 messages from neighbors, all like supporting and like give us their names. We'll file a report with you. We'll all petition and all that kind of shit. That's crazy.
They got your back.
Apparently, I was kind of disappointed. No one else popped up. Like 2 people said something publicly.
Yeah, Jack Reacher's decent. If you haven't watched that, that's good.
That's with Tom Cruise, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was alright. I don't know, that guy that sniper they tried to frame, he wasn't making his own bullets, so I don't know if he was legit or not,
Didn't he mention that in the? He mentioned that in the beginning.
In the film, yeah. There's a scene where he's reloading his own ammo.
Yep.
That was kind of interesting since you usually don't see that kind of stuff in movies like that.
He was like a real shooter would have been loading his own ammo and shooting a lot more often.
I officially have a dummy round for my Glock. It's all orange. Sweet. Use it to train with. Hope we don't get soaked tomorrow in the rain.
He's doing the old in out in out.
What's that?
Island Z Survivor.
Yeah.
In and out over there.
It had 3 of me in here at one point.
Regular porn star.
That's too much Hawaiian.
Sharks are hungry.
I thought it was going to be some of the crazy shit that went on last night. I'm like, oh, here we fucking go.
The November Man. That wasn't that great.
It wasn't. Dang it.
That was newer, right?
It's on my list. I was gonna watch that. It wasn't good. Is it worth watching?
Yeah, it's worth watching once, I guess.
Okay. Then I won't take it off my list.
What about like Manhunter from 1986 or something, where it was like the prequel to, it was before Red Dragon?
I was just going off on that. It's not even a prequel. It's like a remake of it's the original Red Dragon. Like the Red Dragon was a remake. It's I was just telling G-Webs about it. There's all kinds of cool gun stuff in there, like all kinds of neat like old like 90s or 80s SWAT stuff and all kinds of neat stuff. If you haven't seen it, it's well worth a watch if you can stand the 80s movie style.
Wow.
Because it's very much so that.
It is. It truly is.
We had a great time with the music.
And it's got what? It's got Grissom, Gil Grissom from
CSI.
CSI.
Yeah.
Is that your thumb in that picture? Is that you?
What are we talking about?
No.
Yeah.
No, I just saw that somebody posted in one of my groups. I thought I'd share. It's pretty awesome.
That's a pretty gnarly cut.
It's in the bone.
Yeah.
I saw a worse one today where some guy blew his hand apart with a KSG.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh.
The foregrip broke off. The vertical foregrip broke off his pump.
So what? His hand went past the muzzle?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I guess he was like speed shooting it, and then he pulled it back to pump it.
So was the KSG part that broke?
I don't know. It didn't say.
Oh.
The article was like, "What do you blame it on? The
it is a
shotgun, the
KSG.
vertical grip, or the shooter?"
It is a KSG part. I can smell a lawsuit coming on. Heck, I would sue somebody for that if it was KSG part and I was shooting it as it was intended. I'd be pissed.
No, I thought it was an add-on.
Oh, was it? That's different.
We don't know yet. Yeah, I thought from what it said, I read that it took off. They took off the hand stop that comes with it, and was using it firing in an unsafe way, which is slam firing.
Yeah.
Sort of trying to slam fire something.
So what happened? He lose all his fingers or his whole hand?
It was pretty Yeah, he lost some fingers. I guess.
Caught him in the webbing, wasn't it? Like his thumb got most of it or something.
It looked pretty mangled. It looked like all of his hand was there, but it looked just blown apart.
Yeah, so I mean, how much of it's going to be useful after they reconstruct it? That's the question.
Well, when they showed it, it looked like it looked like a stump. I mean, it wasn't. It had fingers sticking out and stuff, but it didn't look all that usable.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely going to not be working a pump shotgun with it, unless he gets one of them straps.
Yep. I saw Mr. Guns and Gear review one of those Wilson Combat Shorty Remington 870s. A custom one. It was pretty cool. You need to do the tax thing to get it done. Short barrel shotgun. It'll look pretty sweet.
Alright. Got all my magazines laid out here.
Why don't you do 3-gun? Because you'd have to buy a shotgun.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to when I can afford it.
I thought you were gonna do just 2-gun.
I wouldn't mind doing 1 or 2 matches a month. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get into it, but not until I get my rifle completely done, and I don't know when that'll happen. We'll see. I've just got other priorities, so.
You did say you were gonna do 3-gun.
Yeah, I would love to.
Thought you had a Glock and you were getting your AR ready to do 2-gun.
Yeah, I am. That's like it's not that I want to do 2-gun more than 3-gun. I'd probably do 3-gun right away if I could afford it, but I'll probably shoot a little 2-gun before that, just to get a feel for it.
You've got to get your AR first, and all you've got is a loner lower.
Yeah, that's not a problem though. It's
Wait
the
a minute,
optic and everything else.
I thought you had BCM upper and all that.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
okay.
but he's only got a borrowed loner, so.
You can get a complete lower from.
Remember, he's not 21.
Pretty cheap.
Gosh, Cork, stop being the party pooper.
Yeah, but don't you only have to be 18 to buy a lower? Wouldn't that be a long gun if it already had a stock on it?
It used to be that way.
Cork have his poo-poo. He's got a poo-poo on people.
They used to
You can buy a rifle when you're 18, but you can't buy a other.
Right, yep.
Yep.
Buy it from an individual, but.
Why don't you just buy a lower? Something like a complete lower, then it's a rifle, and then you can buy it.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not a complete rifle. It's not considered a rifle. It's still transferred as the other.
A complete lower is?
I asked several FFLs, unless they're just wrong and they don't know, which
That
might be the
doesn't make
case.
sense. They can't sell something that's a complete lower as, well, no, because you can't. It can't be made into a pistol. It's already got a stock on it.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
what I
pretty
thought
sure
too.
A complete lower with a stock has to be a rifle at that point.
That's what I thought too. But of course, one of the guys I spoke to, he
Does it
was.
mean complete lower as in it has a buffer tube on it only, or does it mean complete lower that it only has the internals in the lower and not the buffer tube itself?
Everything. It's right. It's everything.
Lower almost
Everything.
always has the stock.
If it has a buffer tube on it that accepts a stock, you cannot make it into a pistol.
Right.
But I think ATF still classifies it as an other because of the other like the dimensions. I don't know exactly because that's what I was told. I don't know how true that is.
Any lower has to be received as other to make it into a pistol. If they receive it as rifle, or if they receive it as a full lower, which would have a stock on it, it has to be received as rifle if it has a stock on it. So that means you cannot make it into a pistol.
Which is true, but they can still just not sell it to them. It happens all the time.
Right.
The ammo says 22 long rifle, and they won't sell it because it can be used in a pistol. I mean, it's full, but it we reserve the right to refuse service.
How long you got, Ballistic?
How long do I got what?
Till you're 21, fool.
Hang on a second.
You whipping out the calculator, are you?
10 years.
He's like 13 grains.
Sorry, I had to
1
take
year, 9 months, and 23 days.
No, I won't be 21 until next summer. But
Okay.
but I'll figure it out. I'll probably, even if I could get someone to sell me, I did know for sure that a complete lower was available for me, and I found someone to sell it to me, it's still a little more expensive, so I may just end up going the stripped lower route anyways and building it.
You guys laugh, but I actually literally have to do math to figure out how old I am. I forget.
Are you a leap year baby?
I just forget on purpose. I gotta try to I hate birthdays.
If someone asks me off the top of my head, I have to think about it. I have to go born in 1966 and then figure it out.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
I mean, I can do it within a year or two, but
There's been a few times where I was like, am I 35 or am I 36? My girlfriend's like, you're 36, dumbass.
That's funny.
Shut up.
but when I was a baby, that's a year, right?
I mean, I was already 9 months old.
Now I'm confused.
Isn't that the way Chinese do it, or who is it that they count the 9 months as
A lot of Asian cultures do it from conception.
right?
Wow. Cheating.
So technically, I could be like, look, ATF, you know,
Are you Asian?
Asian
Nobody
culture.
practicing Buddhist.
Do you
Yeah.
put
Here's the
Asian on your
video of my.
473? Do you click the Asian box?
Well, I mean, I could slant my eyes a little bit.
Oh, don't go there. Don't do it.
That was racist.
You're above that, Caleb. Come on.
Where are you, Georgia?
Yeah.
Racist.
Oh, I was kidding.
What?
Down, 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 down.
Not racist. It's the truth. It's just a
That was when it got racist.
physical attribute.
I actually dig Georgia. It's one of my favorite states. You guys have a cabin out in the middle of the swamps out there. I guess you wouldn't really call it a cabin now, but it's the ruins of an old cabin out in the middle of the swamps, and the floor is tilted, but gravity's all messed up, so you can like balance stuff like on the crooked floor, and that like balls don't roll downhill and stuff like that. Neat little weird area.
Huh. Didn't know about that.
I guess where I got the new phone today, I guess when I put in my Google stuff, it updated a bunch of old pictures and sent a bunch of old pictures I had deleted from my phone because I guess they're saved on my Google somewhere, and it's got all the ones like Matt doing that. Bob sleeping with a cat trying to eat him, and
I never saw that picture, Matt. That's pretty funny. He always.
Was that Matt one from the Desarty chat or no?
yeah, from the Desarty chat. I like to eat pussy, motherfucker.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
There's the
Cat.
one Bob getting eaten by a badger.
Smothered by a pussy.
There's the one court cat. This is my favorite one of Matt. that kitty hat on with
Stone guy sleeping, good guy sleeping, Bob sleeping, Court shaving his head.
I haven't seen the one that Stone Guy sleeping.
You got one of me shaving my head? Oh my god.
There's the one of Stone guy
You can
sleeping.
catch Stone Guy sleeping.
No, there's the one of Stone guy sleeping.
He just learned to turn his camera off after that is all.
You used to see his feet up on the wall there when he
Yeah.
was asleep.
Because of his back, yeah?
It was better when his feet.
Dead.
Someday a deer is gonna catch Stone Guy sleeping.
And payback's a motherfucker, isn't it?
But that Bob getting his soul taken by the cat, that was during the Maryland 24-hour chat. That was a long time
Nice.
ago.
Nice.
I mean, that was
Way to
before I
pull it
started-
out of the ether. That's awesome.
No, wait, I was in the chat then. I just wasn't in that chat. It's crazy how long these chats have been going on.
Since you were a baby.
3 years I've lived in this house for sure. Because I started watching right after I moved into this house. I think none of us have anything better to do still.
Amazing.
I got lots of stuff to do, I just ain't doing it.
Just too lazy.
Oh, not lazy. I choose not to do it. There's a difference.
I guess so. Good point.
There's the picture my camera took today. That turned out pretty nice, I think.
Oh yeah. Shiny.
Shiny. Yep. I need a stainless gun just because I like shiny shit. All my guns are black or flat dark earth.
I don't have any other than black guns.
I
So
changed
far.
my picture on my Google thing today. It must have changed it on here too, because I changed it on my phone and it changed it on here. My little.
I've got blued guns, got plastic guns, got black guns.
Anyway, it's made about race.
Actually, I don't have a stainless gun that's like quote unquote just mine. I mean, they're in the family, but I have possession of them. But I don't have one that's actually mine. Wait, I take it back. I have a Savage 22 that's stainless. Never mind.
There you go, 1%er.
I only put about 75 rounds to that gun. It's a nice little bolt action. Need to put a scope on it and shoot it.
What's up,
And
Pink?
then
Pink, how's your FNS compact?
It's probably my favorite gun right now.
His wife's FNS.
How are the triggers on them? I never shot one.
It's a lot better than the the regular FNS. I will say that, and the reset is, I mean, just crisp. Even my FFL said he wants one now.
that's saying something.
And they come with three mags, right?
Yeah,
That's a good deal. Like a 17 and two 12-round mags.
Yeah, I'm gonna get another pinky extension for the other 12 round mag. But yeah, it's gets to the wall and then just breaks. Yeah, and then it's just real right there, and then breaks again.
Show you my Glock trigger. I think I have the 4-pound reduced spring in it right now, firing pin spring, and it's nice. Don't want to shoot Magnum primers through it though on a cold day. Like probably even on a regular day, probably some of them won't ignite on the first strike. Well, if I get my freaking recoil spring back in.
Lefty loosey, righty tighty.
No, it's uncaptured and it's sometimes it wants to be difficult.
You can do it.
Are you saying you don't have the upper body strength? Is that what you're saying?
Have you tried spitting on it, Cable? I find spitting on it helps.
It's not compressing it, it's the hard part is keeping it in line. There we go. Alright.
Shoehorn.
So here, I'll do it this way. Trigger's compressed. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
So reset.
Hold on.
Right there. Did you see the reset?
No, do it again.
You're kind of shaky. You might need a cocktail.
Alright, so reset. Right there. And then break. Right there.
And how heavy is it?
I don't know, I don't have a trigger pull gauge, but it's about probably, I don't know, probably 3 pounds. Maybe a little, I don't know. Put it this way, if I hold the gun and like bounce the gun, like if I leave my finger in the trigger guard and try to like let the gun,
Yeah.
it won't activate the trigger by itself with just the weight of the gun, but it's just really quick, it's crisp. There's very little travel. That's what's nice about it. And it's crazy how used I've gotten to it, because I shot one of my friends, he got a brand new Glock the other day, 23 compensated, and I was shooting it, and we were doing some drills, and like, I was like, oh my gosh, freaking like, head trigger jam. So it just feels like sitting there waiting forever for the trigger, for, you know, having to take my finger all the way out to let it reset. It would jam me up a little bit.
No.
Try more fiber in your diet.
Not gonna be good when you carry. Are you gonna carry a Glock when you turn 21?
I don't know. Probably. Maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't decided. Who knows?
Philip's gonna carry a Smith & Wesson Governor.
He's probably gonna carry his.
Isn't the Governor the 410 and 45 long Colt?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah,
big 7-inch 357.
no, it's a 44.
Oh, 44.
Yeah, homie, don't play that. 44 Magnum. No, I'll probably carry a compact, subcompact, 9mm or 40. I don't know.
You should get an FNS 40. FNS compact.
I don't know. I might get a single stack compact. I'm not sure.
No, you should get a Taurus 24/7.
You should.
Isn't that like their basic? Isn't that like their basic 9mm pistol?
It's like an elite operator self-actuating pistol.
Is the 24/7 the one that's a 1911 or the Beretta? Or neither?
No, Taurus makes their 1911 is just PT 1911, but in the Beretta is just the PT 92, and then the
7 is their polymer gun, like their answer to the Glock and the M&P, and it's actually, if you look at the Gen 2s of their guns, they're actually kind of nice. I just don't know what the reliability of their Gen 2 guns are, though.
What's the difference between the 24/7 and the PT 111?
Caliber and some differences in the shapes of the grips, etc. But most of the 4.47s are G2s now, Gen 2s, and they're kind of cool.
Yeah, the shop that has the shields on sale, they have the Taurus PT 111 G2 for $215.
Is that the Millennium?
I would almost be willing to buy one and test it out, see if it's reliable. Put a couple hundred rounds through it, see if it's reliable, because at that price it'd be worth it.
Yeah.
Is that what they call the Millennium?
It looks like one, but it's not. It doesn't say Millennium.
Yeah, I'm not real sure how they do all their variations over there, but I don't really keep that up on Taurus monikers.
I don't know. When I start carrying, I want to have a couple options. I'll probably get like a smaller frame revolver, and then I'll probably also get like a standard size semi-auto, and then like a compact.
By the time you're 21, Hillary Clinton will have already been president for a year, and she will have eradicated all crime.
Yep.
Let's hope not.
She'll have a new crime bill written up.
She'll make crime illegal, and then nobody will have to worry about it anymore.
I broke my Glock easy loader. I didn't like break it completely. I just kind of put a crack in it. You don't want to put them over the magazine when you like one round from full capacity, and then take and slam the magazine down on a table, because it'll break.
Yeah, generally, slamming anything with your gun is not a good idea.
It wasn't my gun. It was just a magazine.
I know it's part of your gun.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you're loading full capacity on a extended magazine. It's just because I think it's one of my. I can't remember what magazine it was. I wish I would have marked it, because I think it's one of the followers I didn't work on enough.
I'm confused. Was there a B or something on the table? Like, why'd you slam it on the table?
So I had like 18 rounds in the magazine, and they hold 19. And it went and decompressed, so I could put the 19th round in there. So I just put this easy loader in there, and I just kind of popped it on the table because it would get the follower past whatever was catching on in the magazine, and it kind of cracked it a little bit.
Here's a tip: if they don't stack up perfectly right away, just pull a couple out and restack them up to 10 if you have to, and restack them. They'll stack in perfectly. If they're not fitting that last round in with the extensions, they're most likely not stacked correctly.
Yeah.
I picked that up when I first got my Sub 2000. I played with a lot of the magazine extensions, and that was the major flaw I had with them. And then
they weren't stacked right.
Sometimes the spring would get lodged down into the extension, and
well, that's what I think was happening. I think the follower on the Glock, because you gotta sand them down. Usually shortening the back of it also helps, and one of them I left kind of long. Because I was loading them by hand, so I don't see how they could stack wrong. I mean, maybe it's just.
And that's your second mistake. You got to load them with your mouth.
I think it's this one right here. I can't get 19 in it right now. A lot of them though, you can't get 19 in without the easy loader, because it's so much tension. But there's 18. Come on, 19. Nope. I need a Mag Lula. It's another thing on the list of things to buy. So where the Easy Loader broke was right on top of it. It wasn't that bad of a crack, actually. It still works for the most part. There it went. 19 rounds. Actually, some of these will hold 20, but you can't see the magazine if one's chambered in the gun. There's no extra spring tension left.
Yeah, I had some old like non-drop free like 90s or whatever mags for my that I picked up at a gun shop, and with +2 extensions, I could fit 3 in it. So
Yeah, because they're meant to be reloadable, so you can reload into them. So that's ideal. You know, ideally what you want, because usually, at least for most scenarios, you're not reloading it for an empty gun. Usually the gun's still got one in the chamber, hopefully. It's another reason I really don't like IDPA. I don't see the benefit of shooting the slide lock. Oh, so I shouldn't say I don't like IDPA. It's just another reason why I prefer USPSA. Still both pretty fun. This magazine's nice. How many am I? Crap, how many was that? 15.
What kind of base plates do you have on there?
Well, Moon, if you watched my videos on YouTube, you would see, but they're made by a company out of Texas called Dawson Precision.
Oh yeah, heard of them.
And then I've got 4 of those, and then I've got 2 Terran Tacticals by Terran Butler.
Are they red?
Nope, they're black. The red ones are awesome though. One of my friends has some of them. They're nice, although I like the Dawsons better because they're a little bit easier to take apart. Well, I'll take that back. They're easier to take apart if you have the 140mm ones. If you have the flat ones, the Terrans are really easy to pop off.
I think they make the Terran tactical ones for the CZs.
Yeah, they do. Always that last round. God. Okay, I take that back. My Glock Easy Loader's pretty broken. It'll buff out. The Terrans are nice though. They're like the anodizing on them is really tough. Like, I usually try to avoid dropping them because when I bought them used, I bought them for my friend. He had the whole set of magazines, but he had taken real good care of he just gotten them, so he hadn't really dropped them much. So I've been trying to avoid dropping them. I usually reload into the Terrans. I start with the Dawson mags. Cause like I'll turn my camera on and show you. Here's a Dawson mag, and can you see all the scratches on it?
Yeah.
And so then here's the Terran one that's like perfect. So the reason these are the Dawson ones, they are easier to take apart because you see that little knurled part. All you do is just take your thumb on there and slide it forward, and the tube just pops apart. And so there it is. And then all you gotta do is recompress it.
Well, you want those because you got more rounds in them?
Yeah. Now with the Terran Tacticals though, they have this pin right here, which is really nice because you can set, there's a set screw so you can adjust it to how tight the pin is sitting in there. So you put it where it's just snug so you can still push the pin down. So that's really easy. It's really easy to take apart, and then all you do is just slide it backwards. But the thing is, I don't want to take it apart because it's kind of a pain to put back together. You take it apart, and then you got to push that spring down to the base pad, and then get this magazine flush with the extended part. So you've got like a coil of the springs trying to jump out of the base pad while you're doing it. Kind of wants to go sideways.
Yeah, I was looking at the one for the Glock 43. Everybody keeps posting their +1. And it had that weird screw thing on the bottom.
From Terran?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it's on their website right now. Front page. Or base pad page.
One thing about having one of these magazines is like you're sitting here and get your ammo for the match. So I've got 200 rounds sitting here, and I'll like empty one of my boxes and just load my magazines for the initial load, because I can put 120 rounds and all my magazines together. I have 120 rounds. It's kind of nice though, because you don't have to load as many when you shoot. If you're a real 1%er, you have enough magazines to shoot the whole match without having to reload them. And I've seen people do it. Also, it prevents magazine-related failures too, because your magazines are all clean and you never reuse a magazine in the match, so you don't have to worry about them getting dirty and jamming your gun up. Glock mags are pretty pretty tolerable though, as far as abuse and dirt and crap.
Yeah, Glock 43 +1, $29.99.
$30, yeah. For a +1, that's crazy. That's the one thing about Terrans. They're all the same price.
Yeah, no matter what size you get.
I don't know what any of that stuff Huck Link 2 means.
Joker?
Jared
Suicide
Leto?
Squad?
Yeah, he's a
That's new Batman or something?
movie guy. Yeah, he's going to be in a new Batman, hopefully.
No, Suicide Squad won't have Batman in it. It's Suicide Squad was comic books. It was like Slade and a bunch of guys. They ended up becoming like a Black Ops group, kind of for.
And Tasha and.
Yeah, I was just saying that, like, hopefully he'll be the new Joker.
And
If
Mad
they do any more
Hatter.
Batman movies.
Oh, I gotcha.
And Mad Hatter and a bunch of characters were in the Suicide Squad because they keep dying off. So.
Yeah, and he looked. I saw that post earlier today, and yeah, he looked pretty freaky deaky.
I don't know if I dig the tattoos, but I just thought it was kind of cool seeing it. I'm also a big fan of Jared Leto, like a teenage girl.
So these other comic book things that are, what is this? The Suicide Squad is like X-Men, like a group of characters.
Yeah.
Oh, it's basically a bunch of criminals that get put in prison, and then the government comes to them and says, "Well, we'll let you out of jail free if you do so much time in a Black Ops group for us."
Well, okay, but I mean, they're like X-Men or Fantastic Four. It's just a bunch of people. They each got their own deal going on, and then they come together to be a group of comics or something, or a series or something.
Well, a group.
Yeah.
Like a Black Ops.
Are they good? I mean,
Well, they're doing
not good, like good or bad. I mean, are they worth reading, or is
Oh yeah, they're
things like their undiscovered awesomeness, or they're just like, oh, that'll be interesting?
Well, they're good. I mean, they're like any comic. They have their good times and their bad times. They're good writers. They're bad writers.
Well, I guess I feel like if they're gonna make a movie and they make it like Spider-Man or Superman or Daredevil, even like they do it off of these comics because they're the big comics because those are the best comics, or is it like these are the ones that like what's that Watchmen? I thought Watchmen was pretty cool. I think I might have seen a Watchmen comic, but I never read anything like that. I'd have no reason to. But then I thought the movie was okay. So are these going to be like are they going to be discovering things that we're all missing? Or are they just going to be like
If you're
watching
a
Agents of
comic
S.H.I.E.L.D.?
fan, you're not missing any of those things. Because Watchmen was a huge graphic novel.
No, I'm not a comic fan. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Are these things coming out? Are they going to be like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., where I could care less? They just happen to be about Marvel characters that you guys know? Or are they going to be like Watchmen, and they're going to be like they're going to blow us away with how cool they are?
It depends on how well they do it, I guess.
No, I guess I'm not just saying the movies, but because I've never heard of like, well, not Suicide Squad, but those other ones you were talking about with Daredevil, or like just have like regular names, like Bob Smith or something.
Luke Cage.
Yeah, I mean, is that a good comic, or is that like, oh, it'll be interesting to see that be a comic, or is that like the baddest ass comic ever?
It'll be gritty and dark. So whether you like that or you don't like that would probably determine.
That's a real easy answer anyway, because the best comic ever is Bone.
Bone, like Bone?
Yeah.
What is that? I've never heard of it.
It's like a giant epic fantasy, but it's like kind of like Snoopy draw. It's really hard to explain. it's a really cool comic. You don't think you're going to be into it, and then like I was crying at points of it. Like I read for like almost 2 days straight. I couldn't.
Is it
put it
one
down.
of those like European cartoon kind?
I don't know what it is. My niece picked it up at a yard sale, so I read it. I'm like, oh, that looks interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, they had a real hard time bringing the Dark Horse comics to the big screen.
Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I figured that was one where, unless somebody found it, you know, that was cool. It was like a diamond in the rough or whatever. It was a cool comic waiting to be a movie, and then people figured it out, and it was like, well, different degrees of popularity or whatever, or success. Like that Watchmen one. Like, I don't know how good it did in the box office, but like I said, I thought they did excellent. I thought that was a really cool movie.
Yeah, it was definitely a subculture comic for sure. It wasn't a huge deal. I mean, unless you were into the Watchmen, not a lot of people.
I think I remember seeing it, but what was it? Wasn't it like you had to buy like 8 graphic novels if you wanted to do it? So that meant I had to buy like $8 times 4, 8, or however many. That was just a lot of money back then.
Yeah, I think originally it was serialized, but eventually they like when I got it, it was just one big book.
One trade.
They also make it on DVD where they just show the images and like narrate it and stuff.
But even back then, I can remember when people would get into comics, and even then, I was like, I think I did it like whatever they called it, where you went to the comic book shop and had like them hold comics for you so you could get them. I did that like twice, and I was like, man, this is a lot of money just to read a bunch of stories or whatever. I just never got into it, I guess.
Yep. I remember buying Wolverine #1 for $50.
What?
Is that a good deal?
It was. I don't know. I guess that was normal price for it because they were up to like 25, and I was missing that one. So it was the going rate.
And then the late 90s happened, and the comic book market, money-wise, crashed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, really? So it's not worth anything now?
Well, I wouldn't say that. It's just, it might not be worth...
it's probably stagnated, but if comic books were big and X-Men and Wolverine continued to grow like they did, or like they were, it would probably be worth like 300. At least.
Right.
Is it just like these things are now people figured out what they're worth, so none are being destroyed anymore?
Like the 90s was like the apex, like prices on comic books, the collectability, the people using it as actual investments. It went like as high almost as it had ever been. Like they were coming out with like alternate covers on a bunch of different
4 or 5 versions of each comic book.
Yeah, and like foil covers like you see on the baseball cards and shit. I mean, they were really...
Let's just say this. I have one comic in particular in my garage right here right now that is worth about $800 now. It was worth $9,000 in the 90s.
There you go. That's exactly what I was trying to get across.
Because it's old?
It's pretty old, but it was worth thousands in the 90s because people were clamoring and trying to buy up everything old and rare, and now nobody wants it, so it's only worth about $800 now.
Yeah, I had a few that were in the hundreds, like X-Force #1 with it came in plastic. I never opened it, and it had the cable card in it, so it was the most expensive.
Nice.
I've got a couple of Stan Lee signatures, one with a Kirby signature. So.
Yeah, my grandma, she gave me ones that I guess she bought her kids back in the 70s, and some of them were pretty expensive Fantastic Four comics, which I gave to my nephew, but they're all still in the plastic.
Oh, nice. He didn't use them as coloring book? Good. Good nephew.
But yeah, they were definitely worth a lot more back in the mid to late 90s.
Yep, and then the bottom. I don't even remember why the bottom fell. Was it that Marvel went bankrupt one more time, or DC had new ownership? There was a bunch of shit that happened. It seems
I
like
think video games took
Yeah,
kids.
it was simple oversaturation. It was just they saturated the market and destroyed it.
Well, yeah, video games happen though, and then personal computers, and then
Well, that doesn't
the
affect.
internet.
That didn't affect the availability of rare comics. It's just they.
No, but kids only got so much income, and they've always had cars and chicks and.
Oh, it wasn't the kids buying them at that time, though, either. I mean, they would buy the stuff off the shelf, but they weren't.
Well, in the late 80s is when we were buying them, and we were driving over to the place and buying them.
The way the collectibles market work, if people stopped buying them, they'd be worth more, not less, because there'd be fewer of them in the secondary market. But they flooded the market.
Yeah, and they would
I think I'm talking about the people that were just buying and reading comics because they were popular, and you're talking about the collectible. Like,
the ones that are trying to make some money at it or whatnot.
I'm just talking about, I think in general, like, the options became available to people. Like, there's other things you can do with your time to entertain yourself than go buy a comic book and read it and then have wasted that money because you can't do nothing with it.
Yeah, they started doing a lot of reprints, and then they would sell them in like 10 packs at the dollar store. So a lot of people would have these comics that they thought were worth a lot, but they weren't really. And you could always tell by the little barcode.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I always like like you were just kind of saying, the multi-packs or whatever, but they had the covers ripped off or whatever, so they couldn't be sold for regular price. But you never knew what you were getting in one of them grab bags.
Oh,
yeah.
really? They did that? That is interesting. I worked at a bookstore place, and they would take the magazines and rip the cover off. Or no, then they would throw the magazine away. Then they would return the cover. But maybe they would return the comics then that didn't get sold, and then just sell them that way in bulk.
Yeah, there was a whole section. We have a store called Comic Collection. That's been here forever. But there was a whole section of the ones without covers.
Oh, I bet you the stores would just sell the ones off then, once they ripped the cover off and got their money back on them.
Yeah, that's mostly what I saw. And if it was like, I mean, I lived in a smaller town, so if you lived like in the big city or something like that, where they're going, especially at that time in like the 80s, they're going through hundreds of each copy. Maybe, if you live somewhere like Chicago or something, you might be going through 1,000 potentially back in the 80s when shit was rolling pretty good.
Yeah, they were printing millions of comic books at a time.
Yeah,
so
way more than 1,000, dude.
No. I'm saying that store might have gone through 1,000 of that one issue.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh yeah, I bet you they get whole stacks of them. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I used to do the comic book pickup.
Well, like you say, back in the day, I can remember when we were doing it. It was like you could pretty much all you could do is what was then. Like you could watch TV. There was VCRs, and I guess some people recorded shit and watched it, but most people didn't. It wasn't a thing to do really. I mean, you didn't record every show or nothing. So anyway, you know what I'm saying? Back then, a comic book was a thing, but then all of a sudden there was like video games in your house. Like, why would I want to go pay for a comic book when I have to save up for the new video game cartridge or whatever? And then, like say, computers happen, internet. Like that's a lot of time and money spent on other things. The comic books, now you have to go over to the comic book store and pay for it. Takes a lot of effort.
Man, this guy's coming up with the most lopsided matchups in history in the external chat. The X-Men versus the Ninja Turtles? Like, how about Wolverine versus the Ninja Turtles? Or how about Jubilee versus the Ninja Turtles?
You already said that.
You could just do you could just do the Angel versus the Ninja Turtles.
Wolverine versus Leonardo.
Yeah.
Because of the swords.
Now,
No,
Raphael,
all at once against Wolverine, and
Raphael's my
any,
favorite.
any offshoots and bad guys.
I think Wolverine would be eating turtle soup that night.
Adamantium.
Wolverine would win over the turtles?
Oh, in 10 seconds flat, he'd kill off.
Oh, please.
Yeah, but it would not be much of a fight. I mean,
Turtle tastes good.
training with actual
Yes, we have
ninjas
a lot
in
of
Japan,
people
so
that are
they were trained
There's a
by
healing
Rat.
factor and adamantium claws.
Forget all that.
Just like-
Forget all that.
That's-
Skill alone. He was trained by
Oh.
actual ninjas in Japan. They were trained by a rat.
Yep.
Who copied.
They're
Oh, wait, whoa.
mutant.
Splinter wasn't Splinter a ninja rat?
Yeah, Splinter is a ninja.
Depends on which story you go with, I think, at this
Right.
point.
Yes, I think.
Oh, come on. The adamantium claws would just cut right through the weapons of the Ninja Turtles, and then they're pretty much defenseless.
Yeah, also,
Oh,
Wolverine's like
they're not
150, so he's a
defenseless.
lot more experienced. He's not all fat from pizza and like not working out and riding skateboards around town like a little hooligan.
Cowabunga, dude.
I'm sorry. There's no argument you could make where Wolverine wouldn't kill the Ninja Turtles.
I love the Ninja Turtles. Don't I have pictures of me with a Ninja Turtle birthday party, but like last week.
Well, if you're talking the cartoon Ninja Turtles, then yeah. But if you're talking the comic book Ninja Turtles, the legit ones, penciled in black and white, then
You kill him.
You want to see a good fight?
Wolverine's just a dude. It ain't like Superman who can just like.
Wait,
try-
whoa. Wolverine's not just a dude.
No, he's got
He's
healing.
a strong dude with bones that can't break or whatever.
He has the strongest healing factor next to Deadpool.
Can't break his bones. He heals almost instantly from any wound you inflict upon him. He has animal-like senses, above human reflexes and speed, stamina, and above human strength. So he's not just a dude.
And well over 100 years of training.
Yes.
How are you reading his playing card there, Yankee?
Killing for a living.
Chopping heads.
In the head of a certain fan club.
Just literally pulling people apart with his bare hands.
Now,
I
they
was
used
there, I
to
saw that
say,
shit.
now, when Wolverine first came around, they used to say, oh, he's just got peak human strength. And then they decided, well, we can't do that, or it wouldn't do
So
anything.
he can jump from the ground like up to a 3-story building.
He can jump on top of one-story building.
He could chop the foundation down till the building was small enough to jump on.
Heavy. So
What?
Yeah, the adamantium cuts through literally anything.
Hey, the thing can, but his arm is enough, and he's got the endurance to knock down a whole building by just
He
punching.
has a healing factor.
That's why they put him to above human strength.
Healing factor. You stab him a bunch of times, and he falls over, and he has to recover, and then you run away. Or
Oh, no, he don't fall over.
You just made him angry, that's all.
Yeah, you just piss him off.
I don't know. I've seen 3 movies, so I feel like I'm kind of an expert on Wolverine.
I'm not even a big Wolverine. Like,
Wolverine
Deadpool is my favorite character, always has been. But Wolverine, there's just no getting around it. He's done more and is like the most vicious fighter on the planet. Or in this
Yeah, the only way to stop Wolverine is an electronic magnet.
I've seen. Electronic magnet's not going to stop him. Where you
No,
going?
it just tore all the things out, and then he killed the guy with his bare bones.
Just stick to the magnet for a second until he scrapped it with his claws, and then he'd be out. But I've seen him take down 30 or 40 of the hand, with 50 and have 30 or 40 arrows in him by the time he was done, and still kicking their ass.
Yeah, I lost count of that one.
Yep.
Arrows with the chains, like in
That was stupid in the movie, but still
But they did the same thing in the comic, though, right?
similar.
Yeah,
I'd
similar.
say
I didn't mean.
the movie version of him is the weakest version.
Yeah, by far.
There
As far
you
as
go.
I know, he's the only one who legitimately, with actual skill and not crazy powers or something, that is actually bested Deadpool. Like,
All right, Hulk versus Wolverine.
That's already
Wolverine
happened.
wouldn't-
That's Wolverine's first appearance is when he fought the Hulk.
Yep, I know that.
But there's always ways
So
for
are you talking Bruce Banner Hulk, where it has Hulk but Bruce Banner mind, or are you talking
Now with Savage Hulk,
Wild Savage Hulk, where Hulk smash?
he was fighting Hulk Smash.
Yep.
That's when Deadpool fought him too, and Deadpool didn't use dirty tricks to beat him. He didn't actually best him or fight him really. Well, Deadpool tricks. I wouldn't say dirty tricks.
So what's so good about this Deadpool everybody loves so much?
The Merc with a mouth.
He's kind of a comedy relief in the books, and plus he's like a really extraordinarily talented mercenary. He got a super healing factor.
Guns. Always had
So
guns.
good. How come he hasn't been in any movies except for, I guess, Wolverine?
Because he's been too good for the movies so far. They haven't been
Because
able
they
to do
can't
it.
do him justice yet.
And then they destroyed him when they made Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds is still going to be him in his new movie, but it's going to be rated R, so I have...
It'll be able to be funny like he's normally funny. It'll have more violence because he's more violent than the Punisher violent.
Oh,
like
yeah.
if Deadpool kills the
By a
universe,
long shot.
you know, I mean,
He kills you while having talks with imaginary friends in his head.
or breaks the fourth wall.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what one thing I've
the
always
reader.
loved. That's actually considered one of his powers, is the distraction he's able to do, like the talking. His talking and able to distract people. He even did it to masters like Wolverine. He talks so much that it throws people off their game.
Spider-Man does that too.
He's also a super, super, super good swordsman and a gunfighter. And again, for me, it's always been awesome because he's always had like leather gear, like brown leather tactical gear all over, like drop leg holsters and stuff like that. It's just always been an awesome character to me.
Yeah, if you see him in his new costume, he's got a Kydex drop leg holster.
Oh, that's sweet.
Who's he the bad guy of?
Whoever's
He's
paying.
not good or
Yeah.
bad. Kind of a,
Whoever's paying him.
Or if he's hallucinating
No,
or
I mean,
something.
what comics is he's a bad guy in? I never heard of him, so he's not Daredevil.
He's Marvel.
he's like he's
Daredevil's Marvel, isn't he?
He's from the same program Wolverine is from. They like
Weapon X.
Oh. Was he in the X-Men movies then?
no,
Just the Wolverine movie. Wolverine
Oh, yeah,
Origin.
that one, he's in the airplane. Yeah.
And it's kind of like before he became the red suited.
Wasn't there one of the X-Men movies where they were in, like, the one with the glass guns or whatever? Weren't they like a whole bunch of bad guys in that one? He wasn't in that one?
Was that 2 or 3?
No, he wasn't.
I don't remember which one it was, but I think there was a whole bunch of good guys and a whole bunch of bad guys in a big battle, right?
Yeah, no, he's not like a general bad guy. He's just a mercenary, so he works for anyone. I mean, he'll work for the X-Men.
Oh, he doesn't have superheroes and stuff? Or superpowers and stuff?
Is one where Magneto was manipulating Jean Grey, and at the end they all have to fight, and a huge fight scene. He drops the bridge and everything on him. And
Yeah,
Like,
that one.
That's
He's not in that one?
no, he's not in that one.
Okay.
So, like, Deadpool has, like, the best healing factor in the Marvel Universe for the most part.
The
Like,
best as far as natural healing, like body.
great
Well,
reflexes.
actually-
and all this.
Well, Wolverine's is the same level as his, but Wolverine's is constantly dealing with having adamantium poisoning.
Okay.
So it doesn't scar him.
When he lost his, when Wolverine lost his adamantium and became feral, his healing power was as good, if not better, than Deadpool.
So are they related, or that's just a coincidence?
Just similar.
Yeah, they were created supposedly from the same program, like by the same in the same lab.
Yeah, there's some
Well,
storylines
I
where
thought Wolverine was already long, old, and whatever, because or had his cure, his
He
healing
was.
power, and then that's why they made him the metal skeleton.
Yes.
yes, he already had his. His is natural. Deadpool's was granted to him as as like a project of that project trying to duplicate Wolverine, and it
I see.
worked.
So
and
how
gave
they
him-
make that happen?
But it worked and gave him a healing factor, but it horribly disfigured him and made him crazy.
Yeah.
Wasn't he dying of cancer or something first,
Yeah.
and that's why he joined the program or something?
Agreed to do the test. And the healing factor worked; it saved him, but it horribly disfigured him and made him crazy.
Do they get into that in the movie?
No, he's not even the same character in the movies. It was ridiculous. He was just like a swordsman.
Yeah, the only thing that was awesome about it.
Well, they did turn him into. Oh, they turned him into everybody's power or something, right?
Yeah, the
they did that
teleportation, the
wild
eyes,
monkey.
and all that. Which that never happened in the real
Never happened.
comic books or whatever.
That was one of the things the people who do the movies are trying to forget ever happened.
Yeah, the only part about that was even at all awesome was seeing Wolverine and him and someone like in the subtitles it said Wade Wilson. Like that was awesome. But other than that, it was pretty terrible. And I like Ryan Reynolds for the role.
Well, and the other thing is, it's Marvel's full-on acknowledged ripoff of Slade Wilson, who is Deathstroke from DC.
Yeah, so Deathstroke. I don't
Yeah,
like Deathstroke though. They write him so different in so many different times. You know, like it's just ridiculous. And plus, it's ridiculous to think that he's peak human. He's above human in some aspects, but he can fight Superman. No, he'd get squashed like a bug in like 5 seconds.
Pretty much. I agree with you on that. It was good when he was the Teen Titans foil, like in the 80s or whatever.
And then they have him like fighting the entire Justice League in one book, and then in the next book, like Batman kicks his ass in like 2 seconds.
Yeah. So then there's that.
Not to be too big of a fanboy, but my favorite Deadpool fight was versus the Taskmaster, where he used ballet to defeat him because he copies all your fighting techniques.
Yeah, he's got the photo reflexes or whatever they call it, where he can copy any move that he's seen.
Yeah, I like Taskmaster's costume.
Yeah, I really like the art in those comics. Those are some of my favorites.
Didn't you think it was almost a ripoff of Hobgoblin, though? A little bit?
No, it's just the collar, just orange. But I like the blue and orange chainmail with the white hood and the skull mask.
That's a rude thing to say, Quark. I just read that.
Quark just showing that he cares.
Yes, sir. Well, what do you expect? He's going to go out in the pouring rain tomorrow and go shoot a competition and die from his mono that he has. You know?
That'd be pneumonia.
How did he get mono?
What's wrong with going out and doing something you enjoy in weather?
He was French kissing his dog.
Quark, you make up some of the
like
most...
you wouldn't do that with your cat.
He admitted to me in a text message.
You don't get mono from your dog.
I know.
I don't think he's
they're in the side G webs. That's the test footage that they did for the Deadpool movie.
Oh, is that the... Okay, I got
That's where he jumps into the Suburban or whatever.
Oh, yeah. You're going to like that, G. It's got good action.
And comedy.
Which that's Deadpool in a nutshell right there. Great action, comedy, probably high volume of gunfire.
I don't remember. Does he get shot in the face a couple times in that one at least? It was him getting brutalized with gunfire and stuff.
I can't remember.
We've got a poster hanging upstairs. He's got like 50 bullet holes in him, and it says, "All right in the liver."
This is the one where like the car's flipping. He holds up a sign to the bad guy or a picture to the bad guy showing his like where he's gonna cut him or something like that.
That was a fully animated one.
Yeah, I got gypped in my childhood. The only comic books I ever read were G.I. Joe.
Hey, those were awesome too, man. The Storm Shadow Snake Eyes story was some of the best comic books.
There you go. Nice. The occasional Zartan.
Yep, Snake Eyes.
And that being said, I didn't get to see maybe, 10 or 12 of those. My small-ass town didn't have comic books. You had to go to the big city to find those.
That was kind of similar to what I had to do. If they weren't at the drugstore in the magazine area, you pretty much were shit out of luck.
But the only kids-based anything was Mad Magazine.
Cracked, Mad Magazine, occasional horror comics.
The only thing that sticks out is the stick figures that were all in the margins in the Mad magazines. I remember that's the thing I enjoyed the most.
I do remember liking Spy vs. Spy, though.
Absolutely.
I used to always get mad because my sister would fold the back of the cover to fucking do the picture.
Why, you wanted to fold it?
The bifold or whatever?
there's always a little thing in the back where if you fold the picture in half, you get like the real picture.
Yeah, why'd you get mad? I'm saying.
Because I don't want it folded.
Oh.
I would just look at it and figure it out myself without folding it.
I love Mad. And you could have all the different stuff, so you can pick out what you want. Awesome. I like that format. Weird Al just had a picture with Al Jaffe the other day on the Instagram. See that?
I did.
He was the guest editor to this month's.
Weird Al was?
Yeah.
I think that showed up on Facebook.
This much Weird
Al. A really bad TV show I watched the other night. I watched this TV show called Gallivant, and Weird Al was in it. I watched it because Weird Al was in it.
Was he the only good thing in it?
Pretty much. It was pretty sucky.
Well, I'm pretty.
Well, it was very
getting a comeback.
It wasn't campy. Campy can be good. It was just crap. It was crappy, not campy.
What was it?
It was crampy.
A TV show called Gallivant, which is supposed to be set like in medieval times, and he's like a Lancelot kind of a character, and it's really awful.
Isn't it a musical?
The musical.
Oh, like a sitcom?
Yeah, and it's really bad. Yeah.
No, but it's a musical.
Yeah, it is a musical. It's very. It's got a lot of bad, campy stuff in it.
No, let's get this straight. It is not campy. Campy is a certain type of humor that it takes quite a bit of skill to pull off. That is not campy. It's just bad.
Campy is meatballs.
Rudy the Wabbit. Woody the Wabbit.
Campy is Lust in the Dust. Things like that. This is not that.
Oh, that's an awesome name drop.
Could you kick up a reference that I've heard of?
If you haven't seen Lust in the Dust and things like that, you have.
Nope.
That's camp.
What is that?
That's an old Divine movie.
Okay, so maybe you guys can help me with this. There
It's
is
all camp.
Kentucky Fried Movie, Amazon Women on the Moon, and then there's another one or two of those. And I can never find the names. What's that?
Pandemonium?
Pandemonium is one? Okay.
I don't know. It's like, what's the first one you said? Kentucky Fried Movie?
Yeah.
You seen the Kentucky Fried Movie? Everybody seen that one?
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a while though.
Okay.
Movie 57, I think is what it was called. Was another, or Movie 47 was another good one.
Yeah. 52 or 47 or something, yeah. It's okay.
Pandemonium.
To me, like, Hollywood Shuffle's almost like
Pandemonium is a little bit different. It's about a cheerleading camp at a mortuary or a crematorium or something. But I remember it being similar to Kentucky Fried Movie back at the same time frame.
What would you classify it's a mad, mad, mad world?
Well, that, except way older.
Okay.
Right? It's from like the 70s.
I think it was like late 60s. But yeah.
I like that movie.
I remember we watched it in a class. My chemistry teacher loved it. And I was the only one besides him that laughed when the guy fell off that cliff and then actually kicked the bucket when he died. Anyway, let's talk about obscure.
I got booted, so I didn't even get to hear the story. Sorry, Beaver.
Have you ever seen It's a Mad, Mad, Mad World?
Yes.
I remember me and my chemistry teacher showed it in class because he thought it was great. And I was besides him, and I was the only one that laughed when the dude that fell off the car wreck and fell off the cliff or whatever, and then he actually kicked the bucket when he died.
All right, I think I know what you're talking about. It's like he went through everything and lived, and then that was the ironic part, was the kick in the bucket, right?
Yeah, when he died, because he actually kicked.
No, the ironic thing is that kick the bucket is a euphemism for dying, and he actually kicked a bucket as he was dying.
Yes, I don't know why, but anyway, very obscure.
So if this guy, Deadpool, can heal, then why doesn't his eyes heal?
What do you mean?
Oh, maybe I'm looking at something. Made it look like, I thought in this video I'm watching that the character has like no eyelids and stuff.
Oh, that's his mask.
He's got a mask.
Yeah, he's got a mask on.
So it's like Robin or Batman or whatever. When they wear their mask, it's white.
But
White
underneath he is horribly disfigured.
He's basically his whole body is a hairy, gross scar.
Yeah, he looks like he's made out of oatmeal and hair.
Have you seen? Nice. I was just say, if you ever seen what Spawn looks like without his gear on, it almost looks very similar. Horribly disfigured and scarred. Which I thought they were supposed to be making a new Spawn movie too.
The first one was horrible. I went to the movie theater to see that.
The HBO stuff was good, but
yeah, the cartoon on HBO, that was good, but the movie with that Michael J. White guy,
right?
They hyped it
Martin
up so
Sheen.
much because they were like, "Oh, it's the first movie with the most special effects ever in a movie," and all this crap. And then I went to see it. And I almost
Yeah, but
walked out
that
of the
was like 4 generations of computers ago, trying to make it look cool. It
Oh, I definitely
quite
think
work.
they could make a good Spawn
I thought
movie.
even
This is
for
like a
back
Deadpool-
then the CG was bad in it. Even
Well,
for
but it
back
was trying to
then.
make his cape be like the shadows and stuff, right? And it was right. If is that the right? Am I thinking of the right
Yes.
movie?
Nope, you got it.
Right. The secret to that movie is to watch it on a really small TV so you don't notice the pixels.
The flicker.
Go
Well, back
to
in the
13
day, though, I mean, it was that, or also it was like a cartoon, or
Right.
like really. I mean, it was pretty good, I think, back in the day. That
I
was
remember liking it,
good
but
thing.
the last time I saw it was, ooh, wow, this is bad.
Yeah, you can't really complain too much about it. That's like watching Star Wars and saying you can see boxes around the TIE fighters.
Exactly.
I don't think you could see them back in the day, though.
Oh no, you could see them. You just
You
didn't
think
notice them.
They're
Yeah.
gone now with the digital masters, but
No, I thought you just couldn't see them because they were on a big screen, and you see them on the video because they're.
Well, on the big screen, it's washed out more because of all the reflecting light. But when they put it on video, when it came out on VHS the first time, you could clearly see them.
Yeah,
Really?
they have an original trilogy before they remastered them and stuff, and it's definitely you
Yeah.
can definitely see all the like the smudge marks underneath the hovercraft and stuff.
yeah, they took Vaseline across the bottom of the cameras to make it look like it was hovering.
Yeah,
You couldn't see the wheels. Yep.
When we're talking about these comic book movies, I feel we overlook Blade
Yeah,
every time.
the Night Stalkers is not something
That was
that
a comic book?
I didn't mind the Blade movies, but I like Blade in the comics better, of course. But
I liked
he wasn't so Wesley Snipey in the comics. Sorry.
I liked all of the Blade movies, but
that
yeah,
had
maybe
Ryan
the
Reynolds in
second
it
one.
also.
Yeah, the third one.
I was gonna say that last one I didn't like too well.
Well, I like that one because of Jessica Biel, but
Yeah,
the
true.
second one I think was my favorite.
I like them. Don't get me wrong. I never compared to some of the other superheroes. Like the Night Stalkers never drew me.
I like Blade. I mean, I like the fact that he's a daywalker. I like that. Because I've always like, wouldn't it be cool to be a daywalker, like to have all the powers and stuff of a vampire, but not have their weaknesses, like be able to go out in the daytime and.
What was that one movie that they just all wore sunscreen?
Yeah, that
Made
was,
it okay.
that was we were wearing sunscreen, so we're fine.
I always liked how he was like committed constantly. Because he would talk about vampires and people committed to mental institutions.
It's better than the vampires that shimmer in the fucking daylight, though.
I grew up as a werewolf guy, not a vampire guy, and Mandy is into this movie Blood and Chocolate, where they just magically sprinkle into these little perfect, like not dirty or misshapen wolves at all. Like they just magically poof while they're in the air, transform into this perfect little dog. I'm all about the howling. Like that's the kind of werewolf I grew up.
I don't like werewolves. They're like, he turns into a wolf. I like human hybrid werewolf.
Exactly.
I like
Werewolf in London, or
I was gonna say American Werewolf in London was pretty badass.
that was horrible. He turned into a big dog. I'm like, oh look, a big scary dog. I like Underworld.
He's a shapeshifter, not a werewolf.
I got a question then. What about either the first or the remake of The Wolfman, where
that was
in the
classic.
first one he strangles the guy, whereas in the remake with Benicio del Toro he's beheading motherfuckers. How is your feeling of that type of werewolf or lycanthropy.
That's what I want. I want a human-wolf hybrid. I don't want just a big dog like American Werewolf in London. I was like, well, basically, I just watched a movie to watch a guy turn into a German Shepherd and go around and eat people.
And when the first
Seriously,
Halloween
does this look
come
like
out-
a German Shepherd to you? Check that link out. That's a German Shepherd. That's a big scary dog.
when the first Howling came out back in the 70s or 80s, whatever it was, that had a few actually truly scary scenes in it, or at least I was young enough where they were scary. Now I look and laugh.
I like the
That's
ones.
the stuffed one in Joe Rogan's lobby, by the way.
I like the ones where they stand upright, like in Underworld.
Oh,
Which
me
we
too.
never talk about Underworld that much, and there's a lot of gunplay in there, and we never really bring it up that much.
Yeah, like her.
In the
her
first two
guns.
movies, anyway, there's a ton of gunplay. Granted, there's UV bullets and silver. What was the stuff where it was liquid silver? So, like
That was
when
it.
they shot it into him, it was already liquid.
That was Underworld.
I don't know. I have a hard time with movies like that and The Matrix that are targeted at, like, goth people, I guess you'd call it. Or, like, a certain crowd. They always have this certain music genre that they play in them, and it just always bugs me. I don't know why. They're good movies. It just always bugs me when they target movies like that.
You're like, lighten up, smile a little bit, motherfucker. Maybe life wouldn't be so goddamn bad.
All vampires have to wear lace.
And none of them fucking shimmer in sunlight. I'm fucking sorry. Burst into flames is what's supposed to happen with vampires in sunlight.
Or at least tan and peel.
That's what happens when teenage girls who are sexually repressed design vampires.
How can you be repressed sexually as a teenage girl? They're the one that holds the key.
Yeah, but if they do anything, they're whores.
It just happens to be my favorite.
They grow up in a society that teaches them to be ashamed of their body and to be ashamed of sexual desire and all this other stuff. So if you have sex, you're a whore. I'm like, yeah, get over it.
It just means you're good at it. Sign me up.
I like to say that I was not a whore in college. I was popular.
Alright, I gotta go, guys. Catch you later.
Yep. See you, Beaver.
See you.
Shouldn't he be working anyway? What's he doing?
Just taking a little chat break.
I'm working and chatting.
So what guns are those that she's holding? Inside chat.
The
Look like
93s?
Berettas.
Look like Beretta 93s or Beretta 92s modded or something. I thought you had USPs in the first one.
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it was stainless slide USPs. Compensated.
IMFDB that shit, man.
That's an idea.
I did it today on that November man because he was using a SPO1 Shadow. What are those movies called again?
Underworld.
What picture are you all talking about?
In the side chat.
Oh, hold on. No, those are just Beretta 92s. They just have a little funky thing added, like a suppressor thing added to the end of it, and a
Compensated. It looks like they mocked him up to make him look like he was doing full auto or something.
That's just a 92.
You don't see a lot of the full autos, the real ones. Punisher had them in Punisher Warzone, but I don't know if those were. Yeah, like again, I don't know if they were just modded 92s.
Yep, 92 FS. Converted to full auto, given compensators.
Yeah, that's what she had in the first one too.
Yep.
Because
There
yeah, I
are,
swear it was
there are some H&Ks and some Magnum research and everything in there. Because if you notice when they do the liquid daylight bullets, he's got like Desert Eagle.
Yeah.
I remember that from the movie.
He's got there's CZ75s, H&K USPs, Walther P99s.
There's a USP with a compensator too, like a
Yeah.
compensator thing.
Yeah, there is. I'm looking at it.
Where are you looking at that at?
IMFTB.
Did you see the MythBusters?
Internet Movie Firearms Database.
Yeah, that guy that owns that's a jackass, so I'd never go there.
MythBusters did a movie Myth episode where they tried to shoot through a floor, like she does in the first movie. And they kind of gamed it, like they do everything, but interesting to watch, gunplay and stuff. Like they used an MP5.
Yeah, they did. That was a cool episode.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, they kind of game everything a little bit in some aspect or another, but
I was looking at them MP5K clones, and the mags are like $50 a piece. Fuck that.
I've been
DOF ones.
The mags are that expensive for my Magnum research too, for my Desert Eagle.
Crazy.
I've been looking at, I don't know about mags or anything, but I've been looking at these all over my area. There have been a ton of these little Glock 22s that look like just like a Glock, but with a safety decocker thing. I think they're German made or something. But I've seen 5 or 6 of them in the last month for sale. I don't know if people just don't like them up here, or if they just got a big influx of them to Arizona or something. No idea. A lot of them have been popping up. Seems like it might be a fun gun if they run, but kind of pointless if it's the actual size of a Glock.
Oh yeah, I've seen them. What are they called?
It's like IW or IMI or IMC or something like that. IMK, I don't know. And they're cool looking. I mean, it just looks like a little tactical Glock. They've usually got like extended threaded barrels and so on.
Yep.
And there's ones that look like XDs that I've been seeing occasionally too, but not nearly as many as the Glocks locally.
If vampires are so strong, why do they need a compensator on a 9mm? Just because it looks cool?
Yep. Well, when you're running full auto.
Yeah, those Glock 22 clones are called ISSC. ISSCs. Yeah, I've been seeing them a lot lately too. I used to see them back in the day, but never at a store until this year.
Wait, who's buying an ISSC?
Nobody.
Huck was talking about there's a few of them up by where he's at.
Yeah, don't walk or run, don't walk from them.
So you're not saying, but you're saying...
Not a fan.
There you go. There you go. I was going to use colorful language. That's much better.
Yeah, for the price, you can get a SR22 for like $30 more. The point in that.
Well, or even, what are the Glock conversions that are the 22? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, there's conversion uppers. I don't know how much they are. The Advantage arms. I don't know how much it is.
Then again, 22. Hard to find.
Yep. Although it's getting a little better, I think.
I went into Sports Authority the other day, and I mean, other than 12 gauge ammo and stuff like that, the shelves were literally bare. Like other than like 300 Win Mag or something like that. Like they didn't even have like 30-30, no 308, no 5.56, no 9mm, no 40, no 38 Special, no 45 ACP. I mean, literally bare, which is sad.
Oh, Glockmeister wants 325 for their conversion. Advantage arms.
Well, then you are kind of right. You could go just buy an actual, yeah.
And a reliable one, too. I mean, you don't got to buy a piece of junk. Get the SR22 or the M&P. They're all pretty reliable. Same price.
Why is the name Bill Brasky unfamiliar to me?
It's a Saturday Night Live skit where they're all at the bar telling the Bill Brasky stories.
Okay. Now I think I
Bill
got you.
Bradsky.
Yep. Did somebody say Bill Bradsky?
One time a bus of nuns had stalled on a railroad track, and Bill Bradsky stopped the train so he could pick up the bus and move it off the tracks.
Comedy gold.
There was always that one guy that would like slip and make himself sound gay, telling us Bill Bradsky story. Nope. That last comment made Quark leave. He was that guy.
Did not want to be that guy.
The guy that made the Bill Brasky comment and came up anyway. Maybe his headphones were dying or something. Or he's tired. Is there such a thing as a favorite Chuck Norris movie?
I don't think it's possible to have one better than Lone Wolf McQuade, but I'm willing to hear some ideas.
I would normally, that's my number one, but unless I start thinking about the Octagon, I really did like Invasion USA. I was the right age at the time. And I don't know, Good Guys Wear Black was pretty good too.
They're all good. There's a reason he's Chuck Norris, that's for sure.
Like, I mean, even, Return of the Dragon? Wasn't that the one where he fought Bruce Lee? Granted, that wasn't technically a Chuck Norris movie. That was a Bruce Lee movie with Chuck Norris in it, though.
Yeah, but he's still in it, yeah. If I wanted your opinion, I'd beat it out of you.
Chuck Norris because his mother fucked a grizzly bear and John Wayne on the same day. That's
What?
why. I said he came out Chuck Norris because his mother fucked a grizzly bear and John Wayne on the same afternoon. That's why.
Nice. I heard something like similar to that.
Why's my camera on?
Oh, that's much better, Yankee. That picture's
My camera's on.
It's not on currently, but that picture you got.
Yeah, I switched it on my phone today. I think it switched it on here too. Everything's fucking connected now.
Yeah, it's
You're
weird.
Synced up.
Anyone that tells you that LCD screens are as good as AMOLED screens, they're fucking liars.
As good as what screens?
AMOLED, AMOLED.
What do I have?
You probably have AMOLED if you have a Samsung.
Samsung 5, I think, Galaxy.
Yeah, I think that's AMOLED.
And then what's the LED?
LCD.
Is that what an iPhone has?
It's like what a like the LG has, or
The Galaxy stuff.
I think HTC have them.
So what? It's not as bright or something?
Doesn't have as much color. This phone's much more colorful than my LG. The colors are very saturated. I mean, you won't be able to see on here, but you won't be able to see. But all the colors are like very vivid and very. The pictures are very crisp.
All those colors hurt my eyes.
Yep. Especially when you go to like Instagram, the colors are really vivid.
Huh.
It don't look like it's too big for you.
Maybe that's why people like them dirty hand
It don't
filters.
look too bad in my hand. And I'm an average sized person, so it doesn't. People make it out like it's gigantic and you're never gonna be able to. But I mean, here's the LG G4 or LG G3 that I had before it. Right next to it, there's not a whole lot of difference in size. There's about the difference.
So the other phone broke and you kept it and they gave you a new one?
They're sending me a replacement for this one, and I'm going to send this one back. And they gave me this one basically to get me out of the fucking store and gave me a huge discount on it. This one I'm getting a replacement for, and I'm giving it to my son because he wants a new phone. He's had the same phone for 2 years, so he's going to move up to the LG G3, and I moved up to the Note 4.
Sounds like he's winning.
Yeah, because he hasn't had a phone since we came back from Hawaii. The only reason he got a new phone then is because he went in the ocean with his phone in Hawaii.
Nice.
And then he snuck it back up, and then he snuck it back up onto the beach and put it under a towel and acted like he never did. But then his grandpa ratted him out later.
Nice.
Because he's at dinner and I said, Zyler, did you get this wet? Because if I take it back to him, they're going to be able to tell if you got it wet. No, I didn't get it wet. His grandpa's like, you mean other than when you walked into the ocean with it today and then thought nobody was looking and snuck back up and put it under the blanket?
Nice. Grandpa's always paying attention. Oh, eagle-eyed.
So his grandpa ratted him out. It was funny. My grandfather is my stepdad is very country. He's West Virginia hillbilly, so he talks like this. So we were watching that. We were watching some YouTube videos yesterday in the main TV in the family room. And it was that fishing show, that Bill, whatever his name is, that fishing guy. And he has that string of bloopers that he has from his fishing
Bill
show.
Dance Outdoors?
I forget what its name is. He's a fisherman, just fishing.
Yep. He's got a Tennessee hat, like a...
He wears glasses. He's kind of heavy set. He always has a ball cap on.
He's usually the one falling out of the boat in the bloopers.
Falls out of the boat all the time, breaks his rods.
That guy fishing? I guess he could happen.
But
that's
he
definitely Bill Dance.
He has these videos of bloopers from his TV shows, and we're watching it. And of course, they're all from like Tennessee or something.
Yes, you are correct.
So my son is walking through as we're watching it, my 10-year-old, and he's like, what is this? I was like, just some fishing program. He's like, why does everybody sound like Grandpa?
Nice.
I was like, because they're a bunch of hicks, too.
As he says it with an accent.
I don't have an accent anymore, not compared to my family.
Okay, compared to them, yes, but you know that you did just flare it out a little bit right there, right? I think it was you having to say hick, I think, was what did it.
About the only time anybody can tell I got an accent is when I say dog. I get that all the time. People will be like, I'll be like, I need to get some dog food. And they're like, what? Dog food. And they're like, you mean
you know.
dog? I'm like, no, dog.
For my egg-sucking dog.
Yep. I'm like, we spell dog D-A-W-G back home.
I reckon.
And I say y'all. I always say y'all. Could be worse. I could be from just a little bit further north. If I was from up near Wheeling or Pittsburgh, I'd say Ewans.
Wait a minute, what?
Ewans. They don't say y'all, they say Ewans. Like my cousins and stuff that are up from Pittsburgh, they say Ewans. Ewans can come with us instead of y'all.
One of the ones that I used to hear by Lake Superior was use. Hey, you know, use guys.
Yeah, use. They say that. That's more up northeast.
You use guys over there.
And they always say don't carry somebody somewhere instead of just take them. Like if you say, instead of saying I'm going to take them to the store, they say I'm going to carry them to the store.
Well, that I'd have to say that was when I learned the definitions of, you know, when somebody's been touched by God or bless their heart, and
heart is Southern for fuck you.
Or like they're like a fuck stick basically, or something like that. Oh, bless their heart.
If someone says bless your heart, oh bless your heart, what they mean is fuck you, motherfucker. So that's what that means in the South. It's just the polite way of saying it.
And this has been a public service announcement. So there's no strange slang down there in Arizona, G-Webs?
I don't think so. We're normal.
Because you don't sound like you have any kind of an accent, really.
Well, I ain't from here. These people are savages. Civilized people come to Arizona.
Oh.
These people are all importers from someplace, for the most part. Nobody lived in Arizona.
Yeah, who wants to live in a fucking
bunch of Indians. They have their own language. So everybody else is an import. But, I don't know. They talk like Westerners. Like cowboys.
Okay.
A little bit more Mexico.
They say I reckon a lot.
No.
You say, howdy, partner.
Nope.
Giddy up, little doggy.
That's Texas.
Yeah.
That's not people out here. I mean, you ever talk to somebody from like Wyoming or Kansas or the Dakota? The Dakotas, they start a little bit Minnesota already, but most of the country.
Oh, definitely.
Minnesota.
Yeah, you betcha. Don't you know?
I couldn't watch that movie Fargo because of that.
Man, the movie Fargo, it's going to sound terrible, but the best part is the wood chipper.
I couldn't. I watched about half an hour of it, and I'm like, oh, I can't take any more of this.
Like, I never knew it was such a possibility until I saw that. I'm like, wait, what's coming out of the back? Oh, my God. And they lay it on pretty thick in that movie, the accent, for sure.
If you're going to kill someone with a wood chipper, never rent the fucking wood chipper. Buy it. Because if you rent it, they're going to catch you. Because you got to take it back, and they're going to find something in it.
That's some knowledge being dropped right there by Yankee Marshall.
You just got to run a whole lot of wood through it after you're done.
I don't know.
Clean it, self-cleaning.
Is that somebody in Tucker versus Evil? I think that's the movie.
One more time?
Something in Tucker versus Evil or something. It's these two kids that go out, or two guys go out to a hunting like cabin, and then it's like a bunch of misadventures. It's hilarious, kind of. And there's a wood chipper in that one, if I remember right. You haven't seen that one? That doesn't sound familiar?
I'm looking.
It's like a slapstick comedy, and I don't know who the actors are, so I don't know who they are. They're just two dudes. It's sort of like, is that what it is? Tucker and Dale
versus Evil. Yep.
You know that guy who did the zombie movie with those two guys from England, the fat guy and the other guy from England, and they did like a funny zombie movie. It's kind of like them, except not from England. It's just like two guys that are funny together, and then a bunch of circumstances or something that's hilarious. But anyway, there's a chipper in that one, I think.
Oh, it's got the guy from Firefly.
Guy from? Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
The pilot guy.
I don't know what his name is. I have no idea what his name is. But yeah, the pilot guy. Well,
I think he's Tucker. I'm just going through the the Bing search or whatever, and it looks like the Alan Tudyk
Oh, but
guy.
if you have not seen that movie and you like comedies, then I would suggest watching that movie. It is funny. I didn't watch it for the longest time because I thought it was going to be like a little, like too like much like Porky's or something, but it was funnier than that.
Wait a minute, what?
I can't say much about bad movies because I liked. What was that movie I watched that I actually liked? Oh, Dr. Otto and the Riddle of the Gloom Beam and Ernest Goes to Camp.
I've never seen the first one. I'm kind of ashamed to say I've seen the second one.
There was a lot of Ernest movies.
Dr. Otto and the Riddle of the Gloom Beam is the best Ernest movie.
Did anybody like The Cabin in the Woods?
Not
What is
Where
that?
That's the one where it kind of took.
It had potential. Like I would love to see them use more of what was going on in that building and what was. But it was kind of like they look at all this potential we have and let's fuck it away.
Okay, so like for example, you've seen like The Evil Dead, Bruce Campbell, right?
Oh, if it's a horror movie, I didn't see it because I don't watch those movies.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely a horror movie, but it takes it to a different.
The only thing I'll watch a horror movie is if it's also science fiction somehow.
Well, this kind of. Well, I was gonna say this one kind of goes science fiction-y, wouldn't you say, Yankee?
Mm,
A little bit.
I don't know if I'd call it science fiction. I would call it more fantasy.
Like mythology.
Yeah, more
Well,
mythology.
because it has like different versions of the bad guy, like whether it was from Friday the 13th, The Evil
It has
Dead,
all the monsters. It has like the werewolves and the mermen and all those things.
all this crazy shit, and it's like it's got the teens in it and all that kind of stuff, but they don't really know what's or why, and then it turns out to be this whole big intertwined thing that I'm not going to give it away, but shit gets interesting before it ends. But I wouldn't say that it's a great movie though either. Like I'm agree with Yankee on it that it could have been fantastic, and it fell short a little bit.
Yeah, because it would have been better if you didn't see everything they had in the building and everything. And then, cause once you saw everything that was in the building, you're like, what, they used this for like 5 minutes? That sucks.
Yeah, because if anything, that would have been way cooler.
They should have done like 5 minutes dealing with those people in the fucking cabin and then done the rest with things going to shit in the main facility.
Yep, I'll agree with that. And again, I don't think we've spoiled anything really if you guys end up watching it. I think it's worth a watch at least once.
They're using it as
Well,
like a
if it's
human
on Netflix,
sacrifice.
maybe
They're using it as a human sacrifice to prevent this evil god from coming back. And they've got all mythological monsters. And then by the end, they screw up the system and the mythological the demon comes back. So there, now we.
You asshole! What a dick!
That movie's been out for like 6 years. If you haven't seen it by now, fuck you.
Well, that's what you was. Anyway, whatever. I hear you.
There's a bad sequel to it too. Like
What?
they made a sequel and it was horrible.
I would watch that. How do you do that how do you sequel the end of the fucking world though?
I don't know. It's on demand. It's Cabin in the Woods Part 2, and it.
So they kind
No shit.
of it.
Yeah.
Well, that's another giveaway. The world comes to an end at the end.
Okay, I typed in Cabin in the Woods 2.
You got anything, or am I talking shit?
No, it looks like there's some kind of trailer. But let me see.
I get confused sometimes.
You thought it was Cabin in the Woods 2. It was really the new Annie remake. Still just as scary.
Oh, well, they're saying it's the second trailer, so it's not really the second Cabin in the Woods. Yeah, I don't know how you would do that. Do the sequel to the end of the world. Oh, wait, Cabin in the Woods sequel. Well, will we see a Cabin in the Woods sequel? Because you know what? They could go prequel. They could go before the world ended, I guess. Or technically, they could use one of the other cabins in the woods that were on the other parts of the planet. I guess they could do that.
Yep, who knows?
And I'd probably watch it, because I'm a dumbass, and I like cheese.
Maybe I didn't see it on demand.
No, you might have. You definitely might have.
I'm tempted to go make my son watch Cloverfield tonight.
Now, which one was that?
The giant monster in New York City.
Oh, and it was all handheld camera stuff?
Yeah.
And the giant ticks or whatever in the sewers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good. There was a few times that you realized, they're fucked.
I think I only watched that once, Cloverfield.
See, now that movie never would have happened that way with me, because they'd have been like, my ex-girlfriend is back in the building, we have to save her. I'd be like, fuck you.
I'll see ya on
I'll
see
be
ya on the
where
other
we're
side.
meeting up on the other side of Jersey or whatever.
And that climbing up that building that had fallen over to get over into her building, no fucking way. I'd be like, yeah, not worth it.
I mean, it could be really, really good, but can it be that good?
No.
Because, wait, didn't she break up with him? Wasn't that part of the fucking thing?
Yeah. I would have been like, haha, fuck you, bitch, break up with me, you get stomped on by a monster.
I'll show you, baby. Yeah, that shit was way better than, like, the Blair Witch Project or whatever. Which, that sequel sucked, too. And they actually made that one like a movie.
The only thing good about the Blair Witch Project is we went to see it here in Portland. And we had an old Portland farmhouse style home over in northeast Portland at the time. And the washer and dryer was in the basement. And a friend of ours from Alabama, Sherry, was staying with us and went to see the movie with us. And I was down in the basement doing something, and she came down to throw some clothes in the washing machine. She spent like a week with us. So I hid behind the door down by the washer and dryer. And as she was starting to put her laundry in, I just opened the door and stepped out, and she turned around and saw me and screamed bloody murder and pissed her pants. So
like a trickle or like full-on release?
Full-on pissed her pants. She's 35 years old, full-on pissed her pants, and it was hysterical.
Did she then start throwing shit at you, or?
She took it quite well. She has a good sense of humor.
She was like, ha ha ha, I peed myself.
Didn't even want to rape her after that, probably.
That's what she said, though. She's like, I pissed my pants. Like my mom was like hearing my mom tell the story about how she broke her knee now.
Well, now do tell.
I told that in the chat that night. My mom had called me. She broke her knee. Well, my nephew called me. Grandma broke her knee. And I'm like, how did Grandma break her knee? He's like, well, she was taking me out to Terry's house, and it's out in the middle of fucking nowhere out in the country. We live out in the country. And she had to pee, and it was a bumpy dirt road, and she wasn't going to be able to hold it because she's old. So she decided to pull off alongside the road and pee. But she pulled over and walked into the bushes to pee and didn't realize there was like a 30-foot drop off on the other side, very steep, down to a creek bed.
Oh,
so
shit.
Squatted down to pee, tipped over backwards, went down the hill through the bushes. My nephew said I saw her go to the bushes, and the next thing I know, I hear her go, what? And I look back, and she's gone. And she had rolled down the hill with her pants around her ankles, pissing on herself the whole way down, and broke her knee.
Oh, shit.
So she's like, I ended up at the bottom of the hill with my pants around my ankles, covered in my own pee, and can't get up. And I'm like, oh, that's a wonderful story. Then my sons laughed when we told them. I was like, oh, now you got to call your grandma and tell her you laughed at her falling down a hill. And these are the kids that think that their grandmother is wonderful. They don't know what a bitch she is. just the other day, my oldest son Zyler said something about his grandma being sweet. And I was like, your grandma's not sweet. He's like, yes, he is. And our friend Bill was like, that's because you've never seen her yell at a TSA agent or a customs agent that didn't speak very good English.
She'd just break it down for him.
Maybe if you could do your fucking job better, if you could speak some English. And I'm like, Mom, we're in Puerto Rico.
It's a U.S. territory, goddammit.
I'm like, it's okay that English is her second language.
I suppose, like seeing it on TV or in a movie, it's comedy gold. Having to stand there and witness it firsthand, maybe not so much.
In her case, it's not even racism, it's just irritableness.
Yeah, if you would have piped up too much, she would have just turned that blaze onto you. Starts telling some horrific story of yours from your childhood or something in front of casual strangers and whatnot.
Irritable old woman who I told my kids that the only reason she's being nice to you is because she's trying to bribe her way into heaven now that she knows she's going to die soon.
Ha!
Let's take a moment of silence.
Let the lasting image of Yankee's grandma rolling down the hill peeing on herself sink right down in.
Oh, look, another SKS for $450. No, thanks.
A what for $450?
SKS.
Man, that's shitty.
Yeah. I guess it's, I don't know.
I mean, couldn't you used to get what's the Ishmash one? Sega? For that price? Back in the day?
Yeah. I saw a couple last year. The 762x39 for $399. I should have jumped on it, but
that's a pretty awesome deal.
This one place, Surplus City near me, just got the Chinese Battlefield pickups or whatever, SKSs, and they're $325. They're all like beat to shit.
Well, you heard what that guy from Century said. Nobody is ever going to tool up to make those things again, so there are what there are.
Yep.
He said even if they tooled up to make them again, it'd be $700 or $800 rifle.
Yeah. I can imagine, like, there's some pricey manufacturing going in. If somebody were to come out with, like, a clone.
Well, it would just take so much machinery that, machining that you can't do it as cheap as they did back in the days of exploited labor. That shit. And resources. Party just owned everything, so they didn't care how much it really cost to build anything.
So that's what they got. This just in. They ain't pretty. Chinese Type 56 SKS rifles. These are battlefield pickups, not commercial not commercial sporter that were brought into the country years ago. $325.
That's not as bad. That's
the
not.
shit out of that over a imported sporter.
Yeah. I always thought they were cooler looking anyway. Some of them might have like trench art or something on them. Have to go down there and take a look. Because they still look badass with the bayonet.
Is that the one that's permanently attached?
Yeah.
Or was that the 40-something?
No, this one's
all
attached.
SKSs are permanently attached.
Okay. Is it the blade that flips under?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, and I got 2 Scorpions in $825. I didn't see that.
See, mine swings from the side.
An SKS?
Yeah. Or well, no, it doesn't. No, I'm right. You're right.
What do you mean, like a 32 ACP?
Yeah. Yeah, the 53 goes from the side. That's right. My SKS goes underneath.
A lot of times the SKSs are those blades too.
All mine have spikes.
I missed all these posts. They got AR-15 Colt government carbines for $5.99. So
What?
They're trade-ins, but they're still Colts for $5.99.
Wait, what? Who? What? Where?
Surplus City near me.
And they got Colt. What?
AR-15 Colt government carbines, $5.99. Carbines.
Oh, you mean new ones? I thought you meant.
No, they're trade-ins. It says restricted military, government, law enforcement only on the side stamped.
So they're police semi-autos?
Yeah.
Huh. That's still cooler than nothing.
Yeah, they got last year they got Canadian ones in Colt Canadian AR-15s. They were selling them for the same price.
Never been fired?
Well, they're Canadian, so probably not. Okay, Colt A2 government carbine.
I like that Remington 870 police trade. $250.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna go take a look at them, but I never got down there. My hankering for a shotgun went away.
Did you buy one, or you're just over it?
Nah, I don't know.
Have you seen these Mossberg 500s that are dipped in multicam and then painted tan?
No.
No.
Those things are pretty hard to not buy. They're like $350. But I don't buy it because it's a shotgun.
Don't buy it because of why?
Because it's a shotgun. Who the hell needs another damn shotgun?
Oh, gotcha.
I've got my pick of like many shotguns that I never even think about using and have to move to get the things that I care more about to even look at than shotguns anymore. I want to like shotguns.
I gotcha. I only have one currently. But it gets used the least out of anything that I do have.
And side chat, that's what my local gun shop's going to be doing for the raffle this time.
That 30-30 Henry?
Yeah. He's to go do the brass with the octagon barrel.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd probably take that.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous rifle.
Those Henry's got smooth actions too.
Yeah.
Get that octagonal barreled. Feel like call it Chuck Norris.
I don't know. What kind of twist is on that thing?
Let's see. Is there any kind of...
Yeah, it doesn't say.
If I can get in a 1 in 12 twist, I'd get it.
Why so light?
65 grain projectiles.
Well, then you would want something with a lower number, right?
1 in 12, 69 only. Or 65 grain only.
Because that's like what my 1 in 8 likes. And the 1 in 7 likes heavier, and the 1 in 9 likes lighter. So I was just thinking that a 1 in 12 would like some 45 grain baloney.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just talking shit because of fucking digital.
Okay. I'd have to say those conversations did get me to learn more about twist rate, that's for sure. Never even really knew much about it before that.
Is that like a peep sight on the black one?
It's a ghost ring, yeah.
Nice. It's kind of weird looking.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you look though, it's also.
Well, I'd call that a peep, dude, not a ghost ring.
Yeah,
well, ghost ring wouldn't do you no good on a rifle.
I just read it off of the description under the specifications. That's.
Yeah.
But I would agree. Yes, but
XS.
no, I would definitely agree. It looks more like a peep sight than a ghost ring.
Oh yeah. Huh.
But you also get the longer sight radius too on that one.
Yeah, but the gold,
you need
the
it
brass one looks better.
Fucking huge.
Yeah, I'm more accurate on those kind of rifles with the notch type up on the barrel.
Yep.
That brass, I tell you what, that brass looks pretty sweet, dude. Shiny.
He pulled out when I was in there picking up my compact. He pulled out a Silver Boy.
One day, I'll get one of those.
Yeah, they had was that whitetail convention type or gathering or something like that tonight or this weekend. And,
I wonder if that one with the brass, if the top you could put the scope on easily.
Looks like it's drilled for scope.
Yep.
Oh yes, I was gonna say both rifles are drilled and tapped for easy scope mounting. Nice. And does anybody have an opinion of Henry's customer service? I'm unaware. I've never gotten to deal with it, so I have no idea.
I've never heard any horror stories or anything.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
But I don't know many people that need to use it. They had some issues getting guns out, but I think they got hit by some hurricane or something one time and flooded them out and got them behind right at the end of the Sandy Hook garbage.
Oh wow.
They're up in New York, right?
Yeah, it was whenever that big storm hit that area.
Oh, Hurricane Sandy.
Yeah.
Wow, that would suck. That and then being in New York would suck.
Yeah, but their guns are lever action, so they're not scared enough to be scared of them, I don't think.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, they only hold 5 rounds, so.
The higher capacity ones are the 22 LRs.
Yeah.
And what? They do have a 44 Magnum. Let's see. I was trying to. Did they have like a 40?
They have a 4570.
4570.
And they are bringing the mare's leg back. So.
Oh, the. Do you have the AR7?
I do.
Or you do? And do you have like
Not
the
a Henry though. I'm
the
older one. Survival
the
Arms.
survival arms? Okay. And didn't what's the one that makes the revolver that Son of Sam
Charter
used?
Arms and Artemis all made them.
Okay.
Mine's got a Charter Arms stock. I think mine was the company that bought it from Charter Arms.
Okay. And did they ever come out with a what do you call it? More capacity magazine for them too, right?
Yeah, there's big lug stick bags. I've seen it at gun shows, but people think they're made out of fucking gold.
I was gonna say they probably want way too much for them. Wow, and these Henry ones, yeah, it's 290 and 350. Ooh boy, but I'm not saying that's overpriced though. I wouldn't say that.
$290?
290 and 350 is what they're like. 350 for the camo. 290. Wow.
Oh, I thought you were talking about those lever actions. I was like, those are only $250.
No. I'm talking. No, I'm talking the AR7s.
Okay.
Yeah, 850 was the cheapest I thought I saw on that.
Yeah.
Like even the 22s, I think, are 7 something.
I thought you were saying that the 30s were 350. I'm like, you keep debating that. I'm gonna go buy a couple.
Right? Yeah, you just keep talking about that, son.
I got my 22 mare's leg Henry for $299.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I got. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I just wish they made it in 22 Magnum.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be awesome.
Island, do you see that the Henry original deluxe engraved?
Huh, lots of testimonials.
Yeah, $3,500.
That looks nice.
Some guy went in there a few months ago and bought one.
That definitely climbed a little bit up the list. I definitely wanted a lever action. I used to have a Marlin 3030. I ended up selling it before I moved here 20 years ago, and I think about it every once in a while, and that I wish I wouldn't have sold it. You know, that's like one of the ones I definitely regret. But shit, that was 20 years ago.
Here we are talking about lever actions. I feel we should have Chris in here.
Did he ever fully fix his?
I do not know.
He says he did.
That was a Marlin. Oh yeah.
A Marlin on the Black Friday, like super cheap, walk into freaking Walmart and walk out. Was it like $200 or something? It was like, I thought he got a supreme deal on it though.
I think it was like 340.
Something like that. It was in the mid threes.
Wow, and see, I was thinking he got it in the 2s. Either way, decent deal.
Yeah, anything under $400 for a brand new lever action, that's a pretty good price.
Yeah, I held one at Walmart when they first got guns in around here. It looked pretty nice. for the price.
I just noticed that deluxe engraved rifle. Does that have that twist barrel to where you twist the barrel sideways and feed them from the front?
I don't know. Is it in the video?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it's
I was just looking at the top picture where you can see that break in the barrel.
Yeah. It's a Hickok video on there.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Well, then that probably is.
Yeah.
I just Googled Marlin Model 60 Black Friday Walmart, and it was saying that they were $150, but that was the 2010 deal. Let's see if it got one that's more current. A 2014. Yeah, I just remember thinking that it was some price that how could you not go in there and get one?
Right.
Granted, my Walmart does not sell firearms or ammunition here. Sons of bitches.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you twist the barrel out, or twist the tube out. And load it from the front.
Yep.
Instead of the side gate?
No side gate on the Henrys, but the other ones have, what do they got? They got like the hole up front where you pull the tube out, or you pull like the magazine tube or whatever the hell it is. The pusher. I don't know what they're called.
The follower spring?
Yeah.
Magazine tube?
Yep. Oh, you don't want the one with the cowboys sitting around a campfire on the stock?
I don't want to pay for it.
They're pretty fancy looking. Large loop levers are available in the Henry Parts store. I would have to get one.
Oh, come on. Dang internet.
Tribute editions. Some of them are pretty cool.
Oh, I think you are correct. It looks like it might have been $398. So it was probably $350 like you're saying or something.
Yeah, I know he got a deal on it, so it was a Walmart sale. It wasn't like you got.
Yeah, it's like an 11-hour.
Well, I thought it was the Black Friday blowout, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, you got like $30 off or something.
Yeah, $30. That's a box of ammo, especially for Chris.
Yep. I've seen all these rifles, the firefighter and law enforcement.
That's what. I mean, that's what Yankee's got in it. And his a Henry. His
It's Mayor's Light.
What I'm talking about is John Wayne commemorative.
Yeah, maybe. Let me look at the tribute ones. I don't see it listed here, but think that's what it is. Got an Abraham Lincoln.
What ones are you looking at?
The tribute
Bid.
ones.
Okay,
Oh,
what's that under?
His is
Okay,
a
gotcha.
Yeah. The John Wayne's a Winchester.
Okay. That makes
Military service, American farmer, law enforcement, coal miner's daughter, the Lincoln, firefighter, railroad, EMS. Didn't think you were supposed to put truckers, the oil man. I like. Nice. Those are kind of cool. I'd probably only want one if I was one, though.
Like the ones with the paintings on the stock, I don't really like, but the ones with the metal engraving or whatever, the metal inlay,
Yeah.
they're pretty cool.
Like, I like the wood on that oil man. That's dark. Probably need to be from Texas, though.
Was that walnut? Yep, American walnut.
Then you have the corporate editions. Did you see that?
No.
It's at the very bottom of the thing. You can get a Snap-on one. Oh, or customized for you. Is that a Gorilla Glue?
Oh, it's
You only have to order 25 of them.
American pile driving. Is that what it says?
That'd be something. We could get Gun Channel's Henry rifles made.
There we go.
Only $1,400.
Is that what the going price is?
I don't know about these custom ones, but the ones, the tribute ones are $1,400.
We could. They customize Henry rifles, right? And you can get your company logo or whatever on it. So they have like a spot to be able to. We only have to order 25 of them in order to get it done.
So
And you
about
can get it-
about $38,000.
Well, if they were $850 or $950, right? So
I guess you get a deal, right? If you get 25.
so it's only 25,000 ish, 24,000 ish. I guess when you put it like that.
And it doesn't have to be a golden boy. Just be a big boy.
Right. Wow, and that original deluxe engraved, and it has like no handguard on it. I wonder how hot that motherfucker gets. And that's in the 4440. That's not even in like a regular or common today anyway caliber.
I need to get one of these pump action 22 Magnums.
Now you're talking.
I didn't even know they made them.
Yeah, that would
Pump
be
action
fun.
octagon barrel.
What do they want? $590, $600.
MSRP $550.
Well, that's for the regular 22.
Oh,
You said
yeah.
the
Yeah,
Schmagnum.
$590. So
Okay.
probably like $500 at Dick's or something. Well, maybe not Dick's, but go to a place that has a lot of hunting.
Oh, it would be over $600 here. I guarantee it. Well, because we don't like our street prices seems to be more than MSRP out here most of the time. That's just the way it is. That does. Do you have a pump action 22? I don't know if you're still here. I know you're probably busy. Busy Bizet. I thought somebody on Gun Channels had one of them pump, maybe not a Henry, but a pump action 22. I thought.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the Silver Eagle.
Yeah, that guy that went in and bought that.
Ooh,
You
nice.
remember that Deluxe engraved? My FFL was like, oh, you know, where are you gonna mount that? And he's like, mount it? Hell, I'm taking it hunting.
Yep.
It's like, you just bought a $3,500 hunting rifle.
What's that, Moon?
And he was like, hell yeah.
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, gotcha.
I was agreeing. If I bought that rifle, I would take it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'd take it out and shoot it. I mean,
I'd get it all dirty and not clean it for a month and be like, well, somebody else would get mad at me.
Entirely possible.
Then again, I'm not gonna buy no $3,500 lever action.
Yeah, I hear you there.
I buy a new gun and then I clean it. I shoot it, I clean it, and then like as time goes on, I clean it less, and I drop it a couple times, and I just stop caring about it as much.
You worry a little less.
Yeah. It's like that. I'm like that with everything, I guess. Cars. Get a new car. Smells good. Got to vacuum it. Got to take it to the car wash. And like 5 years later, it's like falling apart.
It'll be fine.
a little bit of duct tape.
A little bit of JB Weld.
Wow, those big boy special editions, like you were talking, $1,400. Holy shnikes. I need to get off this page. I just need to walk away. Click. There we go.
How about 22 mag? Is that hard to find?
Not here.
I don't see it that often. But then again, I'm not overly looking for it though either.
They never have any kind of 22 at Walmart, so I don't even bother looking there. I guess I would just order it online like I do everything else.
That must be nice. I think Ammo Warehouse is one of the few that I've found. I haven't gotten anything from them yet, but they don't have to go through for whatever reason, they just charge you what they charge you. There's a hazmat fee and all that, but I think they have to do like 2-day air or something crazy. So the shipping is kind of ridiculous, but at least they will ship it to you, and it's still relatively cheaper than what you can get at the store here, if they have it on the shelf. Which is why I need to get my act together about reloading.
Yeah, I'm probably going to shut it down.
Thanks for hosting, Moon.
No problem. Hey, everybody, thanks for watching, and good night.
Yep.
All right.